today is because we're all excited about what we're building with the future of Ethereum. We're building products that are created for hundreds of thousands, millions, and hopefully one day billions of people. I think that's really, really the end goal. And today we're going to have an incredible set of speakers and panelists that talk to us about how to get to that vision. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome the mastermind for today, Shannon Wells from Livepeer, with whom this would never have been possible. So thank you.
It never would have been possible without all of the friends who make this happen. Thank you, Danny, Metaverse Ventures. Thank you to Meredith, our head of marketing at Livepeer. Thank you, Google. Thank you, Disco. Thank you, Lens. Thank you, Zora. Thank you, C Club. Fuel, I already said that. Decentralization. We've got so many folks who made this happen in the graph. This is a community effort. Really excited to have you all here. I'm going to say a quick word about Livepeer and why we're super excited to keep convening conversations around the future of Web3 applications and how we can make Web3 a better web experience for all. Video is the predominant experience on the web. It's about 80% of bandwidth on the internet. And that has some really important implications for users. First of all, it's incredibly expensive to put that video on the web. Second of all, as we already know, users don't own their video content when they watch it. So with Livepeer, we first of all decentralize the compute that's needed to put video on the web. We decentralize transcoding, making it 10 times cheaper to put video on the web. That's hugely disruptive. YouTube had to sell to Google because it couldn't cover its infrastructure cost for video. Twitch still runs at a loss because it can't cover its video infrastructure bills. Patreon creators got a really bad deal earlier this year because they were locked into Vimeo, who changed their business strategy that they were no longer going to support bandwidth for independent creators. So this stuff matters. And when you put Livepeer alongside other Web3 primitives, including NFTs, this is where the future of application development around video and media experience can happen. We're going to have a really exciting design jam workshop over lunch with our CTO and co-founder Eric Tang and Johnny from Disco, talking about talking about content in Web3 and data standards around interoperability, verifiable video, verifiable credentials, all that stuff. Doug, our CEO and co-founder, is going to be giving a session on building a breakout Web3 social application. Stay tuned for that. Our panelists, thank you for being patient as we got started. We're a little bit late. So thrilled to have a stellar panel kick off for us, and hopefully we can fix this buzzing on the microphones. Yay! David Hoffman from Bankless is going to moderate this panel. David, thank you so much for being here. Disco, Evan McMullen, CEO and co-founder, thank you for being here. And Stani from Lens, founder of Lens, shaking things up. Founder of Huawei, shaking things up. Guys, welcome up. Thank you.
Oh yeah, if we don't use microphones, does that mess up the video? Yes? Okay. Alright, cool. This is working cool. Alright, who wants to talk about how EIP 4844 is going to lower transaction fees so that we can scale Ethereum to the world?
Yeah. I mean, yes, but David, I feel like there's something more fun for us to discuss here today.
Who wants to talk about EIP 1337 and account abstraction and how it's going to make wallet UX better so we can all use Ethereum?
There's some hands.
It's all wrong answers. The answer to what we're going to need to drive a bull market, again, is going to be the same answer as to why we had a bull market in 2021. And that was culture. No one gives a shit about all the things that we give a shit about in this room. We're a bunch of nerds. And so we care about certain things that are not going to scale. What ended up happening in 2021 was that Ethereum and the crypto world figured out that culture is actually the thing that drives mainstream adoption. And so while there's going to be a bunch of technical stuff that we're going to talk about at DEF CON, the developers convention, if we're actually going to scale this thing out, we need to emphasize the cultural aspects that Ethereum drives in this world. And I think this is why DEF CON is actually so cool. It's because it's a developers convention, it's a tech conference, but we're here in Colombia, experience the Colombian culture and seeing how Web3 can help the world. And it's not just a tech conference, it's also a cultural conference. So with that rant out of the way, I want to ask about what we're doing here with Lens and what we're doing here with Disco, and what we also need to do in Web3 to actually have this stuff be cared about by all the non-nerds in the world. And so, Evan, after I shut up, what thoughts come to mind about all that for you?
Great setup, David. Thank you so much. So first of all, I want to thank Livepeer for hosting today. Thank you guys all so much for taking time out of your morning to come hang with us and talk about vibes and fun and culture. So the first thing that occurs to me is thinking about all of the ways that we find delight with connected products in our lives outside of Web3. Whether that's using applications, whether that's going to parties that have digital tickets, whether that's spending time in game environments, watching content, engaging in all kinds of co-creation, building things together. Since the dawn of humanity, human beings have just sought vibes, trying to do cool stuff with their friends and find psychological safety and belonging and delight. And right now, that experience is challenging in Web3 because most of our Web3 and connected applications are predicated on financial interactions, public data, the ability to express yourself in a way where everyone on Earth and in space with an internet connection is going to be able to see you. And so the feeling of belonging, the sense of delight and understanding is still a little bit far out of our reach because we are centering around technology, not around people. But we are in a fortunate position right now to be able to change that.
And Stani, with what you're up to at Lens and also just what you think about with future development as a developer, as an app developer, how is Lens different from everything that's come before in the crypto space? And what's it really optimizing for beyond like DeFi yields and NFTs and stuff like that? What attracts people to Lens that DeFi and NFTs hasn't brought people in before?
Yeah, I mean, so I think one of the things that Lens
Guys, can we have some help with the mics, please?
Maybe share.
So she's well. I don't know if I can say that. Yeah, so I think with Lens Protocol, what a lot of Web3 is doing is providing ownership. So with Lens Protocol, you can actually own your social presence and your social graph, your connectivity. And the way I see it, what we have built before in the space is that we built this interesting financial infrastructure, which is kind of part of the narrative of, let's say, Bitcoin and solving peer-to-peer transactions and getting the middleman out of the equation. And that's the outcome has been like a global marketplace where anyone can participate and it's borderless, and that's decentralized finance. But like what I see more valuable is actually what David and Evan was mentioning about like the culture part. So we actually, all people have more value in social capital. So one of the things in decentralized finance that isn't necessarily working well is that you really can't use DeFi unless you have some sort of capital. But everyone, any single person in the planet has certain type of social capital, and that social capital is actually our self-expression. That's the connections that we are making online or even offline. That's normal human behavior. And when we look at traditional social media, we create a lot of social capital, but that social capital is actually stuck there in the platform, so you can actually take it with you. And the big difference is that when you are actually spending funds, or like you're interacting with finance, you might spend your funds, but in social capital you actually don't necessarily spend it. It's something you are carrying with your life always. And that's what we are trying to do with Lens Protocol. So we are trying to let the users to secure their social presence and the social graph so that no one can actually rug you out of it. And I think that's valuable because once you own that self-expression and you can publish content, then you can actually have a lot of culture and you can actually have value on that, and actually then maybe even monetize or create different ways where you can capitalize your own value. And that's pretty much what Lens is trying to achieve. And also, and create new novel interest graphs, because I think getting adoption, it's not about recreating social. It's about making it as easy as possible to find new use cases, and those new use cases will bring us more towards adoption.
One of my favorite thinkers in the space is Joel Monegro, and the podcast episode we did with him was titled Governance and Capital, where we were trying to understand, why do these governance tokens have value? And his answer was basically like financial capital, like money, you know, the bar that you see in that drop-down menu on Etherscan that tallies up all of your tokens, that's financial capital, right? But then there's also governance capital, which is like the influence to change things. And then what Tawny's talking about is social capital. Right? And I think this is one of the pivotal moments that we saw in Ethereum in 2021, where all of a sudden, like the reason why NFTs took off was it was the first step out of pure currency and the first step into a world where it's one part asset, one part community, cloud, flexing, you know, culture, the things that we have in the normal world. And that was all. And so one part of it is an asset, but the other part of it is just like human, something very, very human. And what Tawny was talking about with like gas fees and payments is like that actually, the more money that it takes to do something, the more you're pulling away from social capital or all the other expressive forms of capital. So Evan, I want to throw this one to you. What about Web3, cryptography, private keys, public keys, what can that unlock in like human expression, and what kind of other forms of capital might that be able to access or produce that aren't just like a token on a blockchain?
So at Disco, we are really excited about empowering all of you and all of your friends to use the key pairs that you already have at home to be able to take custody of that social capital. You don't need to fund a MetaMask to be able to use the keys to sign messages and receive data written about you. Whether that's you attesting to your own favorite color, receiving a proof that you were here in this room, proofs of employment, where you live, the music that you listen to, all of the data that's not fit for the chain, but still describes you, that you should own and control in a form that you can carry with you to any app or physical experience. So, you know, on the technical side, we already have the tools to be able to carry and own and share, you know, under our consent, all of these different forms of social capital. As Tawny was noting earlier, right, there are so many different capabilities that we have when we are in control of the data that describes us. And right now, we are leaving little broken shards of ourselves in every different Web2 application that we use. But instead, we should logically centralize them around ourselves, because we are the multifaceted center of the party. At Disco, we think of, you know, all of you just like a disco ball. You are multifaceted. You should reflect your data and your identity to the world however you choose. And that means starting with the ability to control that data and that identity you use to express yourself.
One of the big problems of of the bull market was that Ethereum and ultimately the entire space just turned into like a rich person's game, right? Like gas fees in May of 2021 were like $400 for like a Uniswap trade, which was ridiculous. Like we were all celebrating these monkey pictures that were like $250,000, and that was like the thing that we were all celebrating in the space. That doesn't scale very well.
For us to use our existing keys from Web 2 and Web 3, things like you know, email, PGP, plus Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, sort of every blockchain you can think of, to control private data written about us in the form of signed credentials. So attestations, statements made by one party about another or about itself. So if we have the ability to self-custody verifiable, encrypted information that describes us, describes every facet of our being that we would like to collect and express, that means, one, we don't really have to fill out forms anymore, because when we show up to the front door of an app, we can decide how much information about ourselves we want to disclose. We can have a very personalized experience from the get-go without having to fork over a whole bunch of information to the ownership of that app. But perhaps, you know, more socially, we can discover other
So at Disco, we like to say that we are the purveyors of fine data backpacks. Your wallet is for all of the public financial data that you have, you know, in your tokens, and your data backpack is for all of the rest of the data that describes
you, that's useful for you to bring into physical spaces in Web 2 apps and in Web 3 apps. So, you know, David, I guess to address your question, how can off-chain data more helpfully allow us to find fun and culture? The off-chain data is the container for culture that will that allows us to be individuals, that allows us to change and evolve and have identities that are not fixed and public and permanent. So we can complement our on-chain expression, our on-chain identity with a much more rich and personalized picture of ourselves, and we can put, you know, our control in the center of all of that.
Yeah, one of the other big narratives in this space that goes against crypto is like, oh, we're financializing everything, but if we take the token out of it, then we're not. So that's kind of cool. And also, Evan, part of your answer was a little bit of curation. And I was talking with the Livepeer team just before coming up here about like, hey, if we hosted like bankless videos with Livepeer, we could like get out of the shackles of YouTube. The problem with that is that the YouTube algorithm is such an incredible, important point of our business because it is our onboarding funnel. It's our top of the funnel. And it's just the network effects of YouTube that really keep us locked into that platform. So it's great that we could use Livepeer and put it on the Bankless website, but it doesn't do anything for finding new people. And so this brings us to the problem of curation. So if we have like this Livepeer, which is great video infrastructure, how do we also build out systems of curation that allow for discoverability of things that people like? Where do you think about this in the world of Lens and just overall in the like non-financial use of Web3?
Yeah, that's actually a good point because like it's very hard to compete against like traditional social media companies. And you know, I previously said that you know, the idea of Lens is to empower something that you know creates a decentralized Twitter. But for me, that was more of a like shit posting and a meme. I really believe that's like Twitter, YouTube. They have, like as David said, they have very, very strong network effects, and because it's not decentralized, so users aren't owning actually their own social graphs and their profiles, you can't actually make a digital exit out of one platform and go to another where there's a better algorithm or the platform is aligned more with your values, like for example, the tech behind Livepeer. And that's the thing, but what I think about is, you know, when you make the threshold very low to actually build new applications and build new algorithms, you see new things happening. And then you see new use cases in interest graphs being built. And I think TikTok is a beautiful example of actually how they didn't really rely on the social graph itself, but the algorithm. So they created an algorithm that actually tries to figure out what you are interested at the moment, at that point. And based on that, actually could create a very big network effect for the creators itself, but also for the users to keep them on the platform. And just very recently, they have been actually starting to work on their social graph part because of the completion of Be Real. So I would say that when you have very low barrier to enter and create these algorithms, and because the users aren't really locked into one particular platform or an algorithm, you start to see movements between the users from one algorithm to another and from one platform to another. But actually, like, the real catalyst is a use case or even an algorithm that basically is way more exciting that we have seen before, regardless whether it's Web 2, Web 3, and like, you know, user behavior doesn't look at the tech, it looks at actually like what you are doing, what your friends are doing. And that could drive actually that movement. And because the users have the choice to choose, you don't need to be locked in a YouTube algorithm. And some of these algos are very good, but they also have, I would say, kind of like objectives. So, you know, if you think about TikTok, for them it's important to make as much as revenue as possible because end of the day it's a platform, and end of the day it's a company behind it. There's a shareholders and a board. But algorithms that are open, accessible, and transparent, they might have different kind of objectives and finding you, discovering content that might be more relevant to you or align more to your values. So our goal is to just get that threshold very low for developers to build and also users to move from one application to another wherever they find exciting things happening. And that's adoption when you actually don't need to, when you're finding new things and we're creating new interest graphs.
Evan, algorithms need data. How can you help?
I'm so glad you asked, David. So, you know, in order to let an algorithm know what it is that you're looking for, to Stani's point, you know, what are you interested in this moment? We need data that can change and evolve like we do. I'm sure, if we were to reflect back on our MySpace profiles from 2008, they might no longer be an accurate depiction of who we are as people. And so if we have independently verifiable data that we can continuously add to, but we can also take away from, that's one of the nice things about verifiable credentials, they can be revoked, set to expire, you can remove them, sort of a little bit more flexible than some on-chain expression. When we combine our on-chain data with the off-chain data that describes what we've been up to, what we're interested in right now, then we have a pretty complete picture of who we are and what vibes we are looking for. And so from a Disco perspective, if you ping the Disco API, pull someone's public identifier, and they have consented to share parts of themselves, then an application or smart contract can execute logic accordingly. I'm personally very excited about exploring Disco and Lens together so that we can bring both on and off-chain expression, both your public and immutable actions, as well as all the other activities that you do that aren't necessarily encapsulated on screen right now. We refer to this as data exhaust at Disco, so all of the data that you're throwing off going through your adventures across Web 2 and Web 3 in physical space, but doesn't necessarily get captured in a form that's usable to you. And so I simply think that passing signed data via API can feed our applications in a way that is consensual, in a way that is mutually enthusiastic.
So these Web 2 companies run on data, right? Like that is their currency, more or less. It's like the data that we put into it implies where our attention goes, and that's how they monetize these things. They only capture data that's useful for them, and that kind of locks in the internet into whatever data is useful for them is what the internet becomes, and which is a very narrow scope of data. It's things that really just help them monetize their platform. So when we compare Web3 data and much more granular data because of how cheap it is with public-private keys to produce things that might be useful or not, what kind of data expression is unlocked that the Web 2 companies are not allowing us to produce? What kind of new kinds of data might be unlocked by something like Disco?
So I'm really excited about the era of apps doing some data dating in Web 3. So inside of an application, as you noted, David, that application is going to generate data relevant to its own operations. But in Web3, with our key pairs, we are able to take custody of that data we're creating inside of the app. And then we're able to carry it with us to another application that can rely on that data. So what this means is that apps can rely upon the data that, that separate apps create. Third-party applications can rely on data that comes from other apps physically carried to their doorstep by the user that it's written about. And so what this means is that applications can enjoy network effects of shared data when the user is at the center. So some types of data that we're really excited about right now at Disco include credentials of membership in good standing to DAOs, so a little bit more flexible, not necessarily public by default, revocable or can be set to expire, so more flexible residency, your proofs of preferred language, light mode or dark mode for apps, can all provide a remarkable level of personalization without you having to suffer through a whole bunch of drop-down menus. So discoverability and portability will be great benefits for our application ecosystem as well as the end users that enjoy it.
Really quickly, before I throw this one back to Stani, Elon Musk's line that stuck with me is that every single user input is an error. How does Disco eliminate user inputs?
So by capturing the data that you create as a function of your actions, you are able to create a pretty complete picture of what you've been up to as opposed to what you are volitionally entering. So if you were to self-describe, or if you were to rather write down a bunch of traits about yourself, they might be more aspirational, they might not be super accurate, whereas if you have a documentation of all the things that you've been up to, that is going to provide a much more holistic picture of who you are. For one more quick Elon hit, he likes to say that those who control the electrons control the world, but I think we are now in a position where we can describe those electrons as data.
I'd love an internet that would just automatically respond to my interests as I navigate it, so I don't have to keep on doing the same things on every single web app that I join.
We think at Disco you should never fill out a form again, and that is why our definition of the metaverse is your ability to show up in any digital or physical environment and receive a personalized experience as a result of the parts of yourself that you choose to share.
Stani, Disco becomes wildly successful. It's put every single bit of useful data into a credential inside of app and it's serving to Lens as an API or any other Web3 app. How does this make Lens or any other Web3 social media app the best social media app of all time? What can you do with all that?
Actually, quite a lot, because I think that's data in general and also like identity. There's kind of like misconceptions about identity that you like passport is your identity, or let's say social profile, or some sort of other identification. But actually, like your identity is all these different data points, and it can be on chain and off chain. And that equals to the identity you have and describes who you are and what you are going to do. And I think in terms of like if we are able to get different kinds of data points into the Lens protocol, it really helps to curate algorithms and understand what is interesting for you. But also it allows you to choose what you want to broadcast as data on chain as well. So one of the things I think about is that on-chain data is kind of like the same thing as you're wearing your, let's say, outfit or a T-shirt which describes something that you like. I don't know. There's a Guns N' Roses concert here in Bogota at the moment. So if you see someone with a Guns N' Roses T-shirt, probably they like that band, right? And that's like public identity that you have. But inside, you might keep a lot of things that you don't want to get into the public, and that's something that you want to also prove. So I think there's a lot of value with the idea, and also in a way where you can actually prove that you are owner of something specific off-chain that necessarily isn't available in your Web3 footprint. And that way, basically, get more data points. But why this is important is because if you look back now, like a couple of years, we create a lot of Web3 data at the moment, and we all have Web3 footprint, right? So who's here? Who has an NFT? Like, yeah, pretty much everyone.
That was everyone. Nerds.
Who voted on governance? Okay, that's a lot. And anyone got drug pulled ever? Yeah, there are a few people out there. So you have, these are like public data points from you. But one thing is interesting is that we keep continuing rewarding people within our community based on what you did on chain, which is interesting, right? But it creates a bit of inequality for people who are coming into the space and they don't have any data. They don't have that Web3 social footprint. And that's where things like what Disco is doing could be very beneficial, but also things like zero-knowledge proofs, where you can actually take that off-chain data and prove different things and get it proved on-chain. So there's sort of things, a lot of interesting tech available, and as I said that as well, that these tools are available. It's more about like getting into it and thinking what you could actually build and actually building some cool stuff.
So I opened up this panel shitting on nerds, and then we ended up talking a lot about data and verifiable credentials and a bunch of nerd stuff. So I kind of want to go back to the very beginning as we close this thing out. If all Ethereum does is improve Web 2 and fix finance, that's good. I'm not going to complain about that. But also, I'm here to also fix the rest of the world and just improve. Like, there's one part where we can fix broken stuff, but also there's the other half where we can improve everything else. And so as we close out this opening ceremony, this opening talk, I want to go back to the culture and emphasize the culture, and that means the real world, where we all meet in real life. And so, Evan, can you talk about how everything we've talked about here on stage today can help improve cultural expression, individuality, our relationships with pop stars? Can you talk about how we can fix and have better relationships with, like, Miley Cyrus, or choose your favorite band? How does verifiable credentials and all of this data improve cultural expression in like downtown Manhattan, not on Facebook?
Okay, Alpha League, David Hoffman is a Miley Cyrus stan.
I'm not.
So
Taylor Swift though. Yeah.
So I think Stein mentioned earlier the importance of social capital. and the liquidity of that capital, the utility of it. Right now, we do not have a great way to prove that we are the same person who shows up at a Miley Cyrus show, who buys her merch online, who pre-saves her songs on Spotify, follows her on Twitter, subscribes to her email newsletter, shares her content with friends. For each of those different profiles, we are a different person. Some of them might be linked together in various different ways, but there is no way to logically carry all those experiences with you so that when you show up at her show, you can prove that you are in the top 1% of listeners, you own every t-shirt, you have been to every concert in this city, and you have pre-saved every song the day that it was available. But Miley, of course, would love to know all of those things so that she can provide you with a better experience. And other superfans would love to be able to find other people who engage in the same kinds of activities. But right now, we lack the information and the ability to discover one another to make these experiences possible. I like to say that the entire experience of Ethereum happens between your chair and your keyboard. And so that means that the interfaces we use to interact with define our understanding of the underlying protocol. And if those interfaces are not built in a way that has trust cues that we can understand, that makes us feel comfortable and safe interacting with it, and empowered when we're using that data to find new experiences, then we're gonna have a bad time. And we're gonna continue hanging out at the protocol layer, which is a wonderful place, but it is not big enough, or rather is not welcoming enough for all of the millions of people who we have the opportunity to bring into this ecosystem. And so I think if we want to enjoy fun in the metaverse, we need to coordinate around more data than just the money that we have. Your money is, I think, in some ways the least interesting thing about you. And so if we want to bring a more delightful and inclusive and equitable future to the fore, whether that's for Miley Cyrus stands or for people who are not part of the traditional financial system in developing countries, then we need a way to capture more of our self-expression than just our financial power. And that means off-chain verifiable data. That means the ability to bring that data to smart contracts and execute logic on chain. And that means interfaces that were built for human beings, not just for machines.
Thank you everyone for tuning into this, and if you walk away with anything from this panel, is that if you are explaining to your friends and family why they should get into crypto and that the incentive for that is number go up, you're going to delay the bull market by 10 days. But if you can accurately explain to them how crypto is going to enable better culture, you actually bring the bull market forward. So there we go.
Hello everyone, I am Meredith, Head of Marketing at Livepeer. I'll be your MC for the rest of the morning. And I'm happy to welcome up our next panel, which is if you're not on the Web3 stack, are you a Web3 app? So our moderator is Maggie Love from Web3 Cloud. We have John Adler, CTO of Fuel Labs, Nader Davitt from Lens Protocol, and Ava Balin from the Graph Foundation.
Hey! Day 2 of DevCon. I still have my voice. Do you guys still have your voices? Not after Robbie tonight. Okay. Let's get started talking about Web3 infrastructure and the Web3 stack. Something I really like about working at this early stage of Web3 is we're actually talking about the infrastructure and the stack and what matters and all that, along with the application layer, and kind of not ignoring it and just building. So before we get started, why don't we do a quick round of introductions and tell us about what you all do.
Thank you, Maggie. Hey everyone, my name's John. I do protocol research and specification at Fuel Labs, building the Fuel protocol, which means I mostly help people fix broken CI workflows. On occasion, I approve some PRs.
Hi everyone, my name is Eva, Director of the Graph Foundation of the Graph. Most of what I do is help grow the ecosystem, grants, coordinate core devs, and a lot of strategy.
I'm Nader Dabbit. I'm the founder of Developer DAO, and I work in developer relations with Aave and Lens Protocol, and I focus, most of my career has been on developer education.
Thank you, and my name is Maggie Love, and I'm co-founder and director of ecosystem and partnerships for Web3 Cloud, and we build the compute and storage infrastructure for Web3 protocols. So we're here to talk about Web3 infrastructure today. So what is something that developers, software applications should be thinking about when they're building a Web3 application when it comes to infrastructure?
I guess what qualifies as infrastructure? Is it anything that is outside of, after you deploy your contract, will that qualify as infrastructure?
That's a great question. I think how deep in the stack is infrastructure, or how high in the stack is infrastructure?
Sure. I guess I would personally say that anything that is outside of, or after I deploy the contract, would qualify as infrastructure in some way or another. Right? There's things like RPC or data providers, right? But there's also things like, how do I ensure that my contract is even audited or verified or whatever. So I think one thing that may be important, I mean, these guys are probably also going to talk about other important things, but one thing that I particularly think is important is the auditability and the transparency around contract source verification, right? And also being able to do things like run contracts locally and being able to verify information. A lot of things that happen in the Ethereum space rely on zero clients and other clients that don't really have any security around the actual results of things, and also centralized verification of source code through Etherscan, which is obviously a very great service, but I think we could be doing much better on the front of enabling more decentralization on the front of users being able to verify themselves that contracts are what they say they are, and the results of some transaction execution are in fact what centralized service providers or distributed service providers say they are.
Yeah, I think it's a good question of what is infrastructure, because in crypto, one could consider economic infrastructure, not just the actual stack. So thinking even about the hacks that happened yesterday, a lot of them were not actual problems. It was maybe a lack of decentralization, lack of liquidity, all these other economic inefficiencies. More generally, I would agree that we at the Graph believe that every part of the stack needs to be decentralized. And at the moment, that might seem sort of overkill, but we've seen Tornado Cash. We've even heard people like Danny Ryan yesterday talk about resilience and how if they're not coming after us now, they will. And so really being considerate about where are those central points of failure in your stack today, and what is the path to decentralize further, because we know most protocols are not quite finished yet, but being quite honest about that, will make sure that your app is sustainable long term.
Yeah, so one of the things that I worked with actually with Eva at the Graph was we had one or two people that were focused on understanding the different pieces of the Web3 tech stack and all the different, I would say, components that you would need to build out the types of applications that people want to build. And I think that what we learned was that there's almost like a spectrum of decentralization, because even the most decentralized networks and protocols out there often have a point of centralization somewhere, but everyone's kind of wanting to move to being decentralized. So you kind of have more like a progressive decentralization where you start off and then you kind of move more and more in that direction. And from the perspective of a developer, most of the people that I talk to want to build an app. And at first they're just kind of overwhelmed with all the things that are out there, but then they start diving in and they start understanding, okay, I need storage, I need an API, I need a smart contract, and therefore you do have all of these different protocols that are trying to fill these needs. Some of them, by nature, are more decentralized. So a blockchain is obviously decentralized, but if you wanted to build out something like compute or maybe an API, those things are a lot more challenging to build. So to me, I would just say any service or maybe service that you need in order to build out a blockchain or maybe a decentralized application could be considered a Web3 piece of the Web3 stack.
Thank you. Eva brought up a really good point that, at the graph, they believe all parts of the stack should be decentralized. And then also we're talking about here that in the beginning, to achieve scale, it can be hard to start off totally decentralized. Eva, and if others have an opinion as well, how do you incentivize decentralization at those different layers?
That's a great question. I would say first and foremost, there has to be a degree of altruism, and maybe that is something we can assume given that we're all here. It is very early in crypto. Ethereum is several years old, but we're still not there yet. And so everyone is building for this vision that, we're not really actually quite pressured to do this yet. Maybe in regions like Latin America, we're not actually convincing people of this reason to use Ethereum because there's actual corruption everywhere. But in other countries, we're still kind of convincing them why we need decentralization. So there's a degree of altruism here. But I think also, Tornado Cash is one example that is so extreme that I think it's shocked everyone, where we're now seeing, in our legal analysis that jurisdictions are coming after dApps for the smallest thing. It's not even related to OFAC necessarily or illegal activity. It's, were you using a US-based social media company? Or did you have people, based in this country? And so it really proves that there are going to be many people coming after you for any reason. And governments are powerful. They can try and claim, again, for whatever reason. We've seen this happen actually, I think, in the Tezos case a few years ago in New York, where there were some ridiculous claims made against Tezos and they stood. And so that is the threat, really. If you're actually thinking about your dApp existing longer than 1 year, longer than 10 years, or lasting 100 years, you have to start thinking about that decentralization now, because by the time that you need it, it'll be too late. So I would say even that altruism right now is actually maybe slightly capitalist because you're thinking about your long-term incentives.
I think that's really great, and actually Tech from Gnosis Chain, if you know him, just released a paper on decentralization, and there is a specific term for what Eva was talking about. I can't remember it, but we think about, there's a tragedy of the commons in the decentralization space, a bit, even though we are working on decentralized technology. So I would just suggest checking it out. Jonathan, you mentioned right now, in order to verify a smart contract, you have to go to Etherscan, centralized block explorer. Are you seeing any other type of block explorers or anything else coming up that's more distributed?
Yeah, so there's things people can do. For example, a lot of more classical package and binary distribution mechanisms don't use things like digital signatures. If you remember, the Python one doesn't. We live in a space that heavily uses things like cryptography, hashing, digital signatures, and so on. There's no reason that you can't have a distributed registry that acts the same as centralized registries do today for both contracts and libraries and other components of the stack, even front ends, even audit reports and so on, test cases, all of these things can be sent over to distributed package registries, and through the use of things like digital signatures, they can be authenticated. The Google Play Store, I'm sure the Apple Store uses similar schemes, right? Every package that you upload to the Google Play Store must be signed with your developer key, which means that users who download your application once then can avoid an attack where someone else pretends to be the developer or things like this, right? They make good use of public key cryptography. That's literally what it was designed for. And these kind of things should be used more because it's literally just data with some signatures attached, and that unlocks a whole new ecosystem of authenticated package registries.
Okay, sounds good. Nader, you mentioned in the beginning a bit, you're a new Web3 developer, you just did ETH Bogota, you hack some stuff together, and then you actually have to get started building your application. So what are different considerations they have to take into account, or different tools they have to use to actually, get started now that they have a grant and they can start building their Web3 app?
Yeah, I think just understanding where all the different pieces fit in order to achieve an objective. So developers probably don't come here and they're like, oh, I want to understand maybe what is the best like layer 2 to use. Instead, they might say, I want to build an app that does this. So how do we kind of like get from that thought into the actual protocols that they need to understand to build? So in the traditional tech world, you know, we had these main components. You have like authentication, you have file storage, you have compute, you have like, you know, these building blocks, and then with those building blocks, like maybe a database and API layer. With those building blocks, you can build like 99% of the types of apps, and then that other like 1 to 5% is just going to be maybe like some machine learning or whatever. And I think trying to conceptualize that into blockchain, into Web3, it seems to be extremely, extremely helpful. So most of the time when I've been able to kind of like try to help people understand what that looks like, that's been very, very valuable. So again, one of the things that was really great to work on at the Graph and EdgeNode was this blog post that was an effort between me and a bunch of other people that was called Defining the Web3 Stack. And we tried to kind of break that down and make it very approachable, because there are literally thousands of different protocols that are out there. And a new developer that comes into this ecosystem becomes not only like overwhelmed, but intimidated and maybe scared to build anything. So trying to kind of distill that down into a lower barrier to entry, and then once they kind of like get their foot in the door, they might then go out and explore some of the things that were outside of what we had listed there. So I think that's a great place to start. That blog post is still up, and I think it's still relevant.
I definitely read that blog post.
I just want to add, I think we're at the point where people need to consider what the protocol does versus what the users are going to do. And I think a lot of the dApps today are still very one-to-one. So if you're bridging your assets to Optimism, we end up giving the user that same experience. We tell the user to bridge their assets to Optimism. But the reality is, like today, we don't know when we're transferring money between banks. Like I don't know I'm sending it to BMO or TD Bank. I just know I'm sending money. And so we need to start separating what is it, again, that the protocol does versus what should the user know the protocol does, and build better dApps that enable their experience.
Yeah, so a point that's maybe not directly answering the question, but is related to what Nader was saying, which is that there's kind of this ironic stuck between a rock and a hard place, which is that if you want to kind of maybe fully embody the ethos of quote-unquote decentralization, a lot of the developer and to a certain extent user documentation that has been created over the past many years for Ethereum development has been distributed across many teachers. And this has the kind of ironic issue that a lot of this documentation is not maintained, is not necessarily accurate, which means that over time you have this weird thing that happens that it becomes potentially harder for new developers to actually learn how to write contracts and dApps for Ethereum, because there's just an ever-increasing number of tutorials that aren't maintained, and that some of them are excellent and some of them are not so excellent. And for a new developer that comes in, they may not know, since they aren't Web3 native, right? They're a brand new developer entering the space. They don't know which ones are good or not. So you kind of have this ironic like push and pull where the way of getting the most effective developer and user onboarding documentation flows is through having like a more centralized, curated registry of documentation that is maintained, that is high quality, that's comprehensive, but that maybe, if you're going for the whole let's decentralize everything, maybe it doesn't fully align with that ethos. So it's a very weird stuck between a rock and a hard place when it comes to onboarding new developers into this space in particular.
And is this where? I think this one's up. Okay. And to that end, when we're, if you're a new developer, like within storage, within, RPC or querying, within, all these different, within layer 2s, like if I'm a new developer, like how do I choose, like how do I even begin to know what's the right infrastructure stack for me? Where should I deploy? Where should I store? How should I get data from the blockchain? Without necessarily dropping products, but Yeah, so like how do I, like, if there's all these choices out there, how do I actually choose what's the best for me to deploy my app on when there's so many choices within each of these buckets of infrastructure?
Yeah, that's a really tough question. I don't think there is like a right answer. I think that it depends on which ecosystem has shielded you the best, because a lot of them, the actual quality of the service is not that big of a difference between the different options, depending on, he's nodding his head. But yeah, depending on what you're doing, it's not going to matter a whole lot whether you deploy on Polygon or Optimism or Arbitrum when you're just like playing with the hello world, you're just like testing things out. But what ends up happening is you often get involved in that ecosystem early on. So like trying to get those early developers is actually pretty valuable because those people will make connections, they'll build relationships in those areas. Now on the other hand, there are certain protocols that are like the only ones that do certain things in my opinion. So for instance, like IPFS is like, doesn't really have a lot of competitors in my opinion for doing the types of file storage that it does. Arweave, the Graph, like all of these I think are standalone, whereas there are dozens of layer 2s that are out there and things like that. So yeah, I think often there isn't like a right or wrong answer when you're just getting started, but maybe down the road when you want to scale, then that's when you have the issues.
Yeah, so I guess in my opinion, I reflect a lot of your sentiment that there's no necessarily right answer, especially not one that can come from like a third party. But in my opinion, the best way to figure out what the best technology is first of all, figure out what the best technology is for you and your application and your needs and your users' needs. Because you may have different needs than other people, and not everything is optimal for everything, right? There's different trade-offs. Some things might be better for NFTs, something that might be better for DeFi, some things might be better for simple payments. It's about figuring out what the best technology and tools are for your particular needs. And the only way to really get to, or get closer to the optimal or ideal answer to that is to experiment. It's to not get stuck in the trap of, oh, this is the first thing I've used, it must be the best. It's keeping an open mind and exploring new technologies, experimenting with them, and seeing if they are in fact better or worse for your particular use case, and constantly evolving your use of the technology and the tools.
I would add that there's a lot of social factors involved. So again, going back to liquidity, if you have a layer 2 that has no liquidity, then it's actually way more inferior than whatever alternative you're using. So taking into consideration what are the specific needs of your dApp, sort of like John said. But I would say it even goes as low as philosophy or smart contract. So, we are not seeing every DeFi app use the same layer 2. It's just not happening. Everyone has made different choices, largely for those trade-offs. Maybe there's ecosystem reasons, maybe there's smart contract reasons. But I believe we should not expect that there would be generalized solutions. And I don't see a future where one L2 is necessarily winning a giant category.
Another.
So you believe in a multi-chain world?
We at the Graph do. We're chain agnostic.
Yes, we want lots of different protocols. So when we're thinking about, using decentralized services, let's say, they're sometimes not as efficient or proficient, right? Like this is why things like Alchemy and Infura started off centralized to really be more performant. For some of these decentralized infrastructure pieces, what do you think some of the challenges are in recruiting developers and users when they are less performant, or what do they have to overcome to, compete with the centralized versions of their counterparts in the ecosystem?
Yeah, I can start with this one. Decentralization is definitely a journey. We at the Graph are very in tune with this. We started with a hosted service as well and are launching the network. It's definitely very, very hard. And I would say part of it is the increased complexity of coordination as you're supporting more dApps and chains. So the minute you add a new chain or a new sort of mechanism, it completely changes the way that the network participants behave. Being in Ethereum for some time, I used to also think, hey, why is it taking so long? And you realize, the merge took so long because it had to, because it's so complex. There's so many potential challenges. So I would just say, to dApp developers to be patient. Like everyone working on a protocol is working their asses off. It takes a long time. But in the interim, we're trying to create solutions that meet your needs immediately. So getting that feedback, making sure we have hybrid solutions. I think creating compromise is really important on this journey to decentralization because we're not going to be at the end for some time. And even Ethereum isn't quite finished.
I guess the question might be on my end, like, what is the purpose of decentralization? Like, what if you had to identify one thing, would it be censorship resistance? And if you say yes to that, then if you build a protocol that is censorship resistant, is it okay to build layers on top of that do have centralization in order to improve the user experience? And that, in my opinion, I would say yes. Just because like we are talking about in the last talk, onboarding the next whatever, thousands or millions or billions of users, should we say, oh, like fuck those users for now, we're not decentralized yet, we're gonna wait 10 years? Or if we can build the base layer that is decentralized, but we can provide a better user experience today while not compromising on decentralization, should we do that? And I think that seems to be where we're moving right now.
Yeah, I don't think there's an easy answer, right? There's trade-offs, like there are trade-offs in everything. Although I do think that there's kind of an increasing acknowledgement over time, especially in recent months, that there is very concrete and very real value in users and potentially applications owning their data or their assets or their ecosystem in ways that you can't get out of purely centralized protocols or centralized infrastructure providers, I should say. So I think at least we're heading in the right direction, that there is increasing awareness that this thing is in fact important and that we shouldn't solely rely on centralized providers for everything for all time, and that people are moving towards decentralizing what have formerly been more centralized protocols. And big kudos to the Graph for decentralizing their hosting. It's a very big step towards decentralizing infrastructure.
Okay, and we are out of time basically. So to you, Nader mentioned censorship resistance. If we think about what's happening in Iran with the women protesting and getting locked out of the internet, I think we can all agree that for many philosophical reasons, decentralization is important too. But what about decentralized infrastructure is the most important to you? Like, why should people be caring about this?
Yeah, I would say not only censorship resistance, but access. I think that's what I always pinpoint blockchains down to, is nobody is able to control your access. So speaking about Iran, having APIs or storage or opportunities for people to share information. Censorship starts maybe at the Web2 social media level, but if we are able to provide opportunities for those people to speak up and share that information on a blockchain or API, whatever that might be, that can be one step closer. So it's not only about censorship resistance to me, it's about being able to access the world's utilities. And just because one jurisdiction says you shouldn't doesn't mean that that should be the case.
I mean, obviously, I agree that censorship resistance and stuff is important. Maybe I'll bring up one point that is maybe less intense, but it's the simple thing of, I don't want to say owning your data, because that was always a weird expression. It's not like you own your data, but rather you control who gets access to your data, which is slightly different, right? Because if you've given out your data, you don't own it anymore. If you want to say that, once you've given it out, you've given it out. But it's more like controlling who you give it out to. Through increasing or rather decreasing usage of things like client-server models, where there's centralized platforms, centralized ecosystems, such as Twitter or YouTube that were brought up in the previous talk, that are centralized platforms that really control the brand or the thing that you've built. If you're a Twitter influencer or YouTube creator, right? Like those platforms really control the thing that you've built and spent your time on. But more decentralized platforms allow you to do things that are more peer-to-peer, more client-side, and allow you to control who has access to your data, which seems like a fairly, maybe not so interesting point in the face of all the horrible things happening in the world. But it does have potentially longer-term ramifications. We've seen there's a lot of issues with simple things like rigging elections through manipulating information. And these kind of things do have longer-term consequences that are maybe a little more subtle, but that could hopefully be alleviated through more decentralized infrastructure.
I guess the reason I mentioned censorship resistance was that all of these amazing things that you all are talking about are only possible if the protocol itself exists and is healthy. And what we saw with Tornado Cash and all the discussions that ended up happening after that around all the different players that would be taking part in making Ethereum itself continue to exist as we've known it, would possibly be compromised if we started seeing censorship at the protocol level. So I think all the things that you all are talking about are obviously extremely important. But I guess my main thoughts were as long as the protocol exists, we can do all these things. So that's kind of my main thoughts there. So.
Okay, great, thank you. So this is a panel of amazing builders and thought leaders, so I want to give them a chance to tell you all where you can find them as they put out great content on all these topics.
Sure. So you can follow me on Twitter at @jadler0. You can follow the work that we're doing at Fuel Labs at fuellabs_, or you can go to our website, fuel.network. There, if you want to learn more about the protocol, or if you want to learn how to build on the protocol or use it, there's various links, so please check it out.
You can find me on Twitter as well, Eva Balin, and if you're interested in learning how to transfer your subgraph from the hosted service to the network, visit our Discord or our docs, and we can give you one-on-one help there.
I'm on Lens Protocol at natter.lens. I'm also on Twitter at DABIT3, and that's me. Yeah.
Great, thank you. You can find me on Twitter at MaggieLove_. Thanks so much for the conversation, everyone. Have a great rest of your DEF CON.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have a few lightning talks. So we have some trailblazing Web3 startups that'll share what they are all about and creating in this space. So first up, we have Tico Ituarte, co-founder of Livepeer Football, Doris Hernandez, co-founder of Dippy XYZ, and Tim Connors, CEO of 101.xyz. So I will hand things over to Tico next.
Hi, good morning, everyone. How you doing? Hey, yeah, some excitement. Please, come on. Okay, so my name is Tico. You can find me online at tico.gg. That's a website where you can find all of my information and my company's information as well. So I'm here representing Livepeer Football, and I'm really glad, I'm really thankful for this opportunity. Thank you, Livepeer, and thank you, the Web3 App Summit. We are trying to transform gaming, in particular football gaming, for everybody around the world, and especially our Latino communities. Why? We are underserved, we are underseen, and a lot of people here lack economic advancement opportunities, and we're trying to bring this through gaming. So the first thing that you need to know about Livepeer Football is it's founded by myself and Agustin Rodriguez, an amazing developer out of Uruguay. Half of our team comes from Argentina, half of our team comes from Uruguay. I'm the only one soloing it here in Colombia. Thank you so much for coming. I hope you're enjoying our beautiful country. I hope you're enjoying our food and, having so much fun at DEF CON. So, Livepeer Football was born with that idea in mind. We can empower people through gaming. And we're doing this by transforming ownership, flipping it on its head. And so, basically teaching people that owning a game is different from buying a license. So if you buy a license from FIFA or whatever football game you need, you're not owning anything of that. And whenever they change the meta, they screw you over. You need to build new assets. Here in Livepeer Football, all of the assets are yours. And 90% of the game is NFT assets. The players, the stadiums, tactics, balls, equipment, anything and everything that you can think imposes a football game or a football league or a football ownership experience. You do not need to be Roman Abramovich and have thousands of millions of dollars to own Chelsea or a club. You can do it online with NFTs on Web3. We are trying to bring this experience fully on-chain, which is super challenging, but we're making big strides at it. We've been very, very lucky to have been accelerated by Tachyon. I want to give him a big shout out. Gabe Anderson and the whole team there, Sean Shang, who's around here too, the people at Protocol Labs. They have believed in us, which is really important for Latin American companies. If you go through any program, accelerating companies, you will see a lot of American companies, European, Indian companies, Asian companies, but Latin America is underrepresented there as well. So we're building something from Latin America, for Latin America, and then the rest of the world. I want to invite you warmly to come join us and transform the future of gaming, because it's not just a football simulation management game that we're building. We're building an amazing community of people who's getting educated on finance, on crypto, on Web3, on NFT, on empowerment, on ownership, and all of these through gaming, through a very nurturing community that keeps on growing every day. We're almost 2,200 on Discord right now, almost 5,000 and change on Twitter. And I don't know, like last night we had a very revealing experience on Discord. Somebody was thinking about ending their life, unfortunately, and the first place that they reached out for help was our Discord server. Fortunately, our head of community is also a psychologist. She was able to, diffuse the situation, and it's a very enriching opportunity for us to connect with people all over the continent and realize how much we need this connection as well. Through something that somebody and everybody loves here in the continent, which is football, soccer, as they call it in many other places of the world. It's amazing for us to create a product that is able to give birth to a community of people that do not want to shit on each other, that do not want to insult each other in Discord, but instead help each other grow. We're super proud about our super users, which is amazing as well. People have been playing our game for a little bit over 8 months now, since we started building in public. And we have super users that are able to play over 13,000 matches since then. So you can see, this is a 3-minute match that you're playing, no real economic incentive yet. And people play upwards of 3 hours per day when they're a super user. That's amazing. We have just crossed the barrier of the 100,000 games simulated, which is another big milestone. And finally, just to wrap it up, our stats are, hockey sticking all the time. It's amazing to see people engaging more, giving us more suggestions. And for them, it's also really comforting to know that we are not working just out of a roadmap and a white paper and a bunch of promises. They see a team of people whom they can reach over Telegram, Discord, WhatsApp, or even phone number, because they have our phone numbers in the community, and they see us delivering week after week, because we have weekly update schedules for the app and for everything that we do. So they see a reality. No rug pulls, just good vibes, and a great app with great technology built around the thing that we love the most, which is football and gaming. So I invite you all to come join us, ifear.football, just like in my shirt. Please come and strike a conversation with me if you want to. I'll be glad to talk about this or anything else during this event. Thank you so much. It's been an honor. I'll see you soon.
Hey there guys, my name is Doris and I'm co-founder of DP. I don't know if you guys have ever thought or get paranoid by losing your private keys. That's the thing that is one of the issues in Web3 is that if you lose your private keys, you basically lose access to your assets. And that's what we're trying to solve. We are enterprise-ready APIs to manage private keys. In essence, what we did is instead of relying on a centralized solution like AWS or any KMS solution, we actually mix multiple layers of encryption using ZK to be able to regenerate your private keys and you'll be able to retrieve them, right? So our thesis was we are in a decentralized ecosystem, yet we have a single point of failure, which is your private keys. So what we do is we shard your keys, use CK, and then rebuild it, and you'll be able to retrieve it. So we are creating APIs so other companies are able to use this and be able to retrieve and have always access to your assets. So thank you very much. You can follow us on DPXYZ at Twitter, and you can follow what we're doing, dp.xyz. Thank you very much.
Hello. Okay. Hey, everyone. Okay, so my name's Tim from 101. We're a Web3-powered learning platform. We work with over 200 Web3 orgs, issued 250,000 credentials so far to 150,000 unique users. But I'm getting ahead of myself. What we recognized when we started our company was that we are woefully unprepared for what we are about to experience as a species, which is just this straight 90-degree progression of technology. We're here talking about crypto, but 99% of the world has no idea what that even is, most basically. Not to mention like AI and biotech and all this crazy stuff. And so we recognize that our existing top-down education system is failing us, and we think that the future of education is distributed, it's decentralized. It's community-based, specifically. And so what we're doing at 101 is we're building tools to build learning communities. And the way that it works is you come to us, you create courses, so educational experiences that issue on-chain credentials. Now, number one, that's just inherently useful because it is a interoperable credential that is by default public and kind of like open to the entire Web3 ecosystem. So it's exactly what you'd hope for in a credential. That's meant to be a proxy for your knowledge. So we're making sure that we're giving that tool to independent or smaller educators that want to have access to reputation. But number two, we're helping those people build learning communities. And I think that's like the core of why we're all here and why, what Web3 apps on the consumer side like really provide is the ability to build communities. When that community is represented on chain, you can add utility from the entire ecosystem of Web3 to that community. And so that's the main purpose that 101 exists, is to allow everyone, big companies, small independent individuals, whatever size node it may be, to build their own learning community with on-chain credentials and our learning tools. So that's kind of the gist of how everything works. For us, quick update on our progress. We are now transitioning into a white label solution, which is, I guess this is alpha for you guys. So we're going to allow other people to have their own dedicated domains and their own brand and everything, as well as custom blocks for markdown, long-form video, API calls, live code editing. So kind of being the Substack of Web3 educational tooling. So if that sounds interesting to you, I'm Tim. Me and my co-founder are running around here during DevCon. But yeah, thanks.
Great, thank you. And next up we have Cami Ramos, who is head of DevRel at Fuel Labs. She'll be talking about international developer communities and the new drive for innovation. Okay, quick change in agenda. We're going to flip it a little bit. Next up is going to be Shannon Wells moderating with Diego Fernandez. And this is about what is the role of government in scaling Web3 adoption.
Thank you. Oh, yay. Wow, someone magically changed the slides. Hello. I'm good. How are you?
We have slides, huh?
We have slides. Hi. Good to see you. This is being recorded for posterity. Maybe we can get Spanish subtitles afterwards.
You think?
I'm super excited for this conversation. Diego, thank you so much for being here. We had a chance to talk about this yesterday. Our paths are polar but converging. So I started my career in government, and now I'm in tech and Web3. You started your career in tech, and now you find yourself in Web3. We're going to talk about the role of government in Web3. I'm wondering if you could let the audience know how you got to Web3 and your journey to doing what you're doing at the City of Buenos Aires.
Well, I got into Web3, I would say it was 2017 or 18, and I was mostly interested in the financial aspect of cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, Ethereum, blah, blah. And as I had a lot of experience in tech, I started up and run tech companies for almost 15 years. I got to understand and to study the technology underlying cryptocurrencies, and it really blew my mind up. I say, hey man, this is amazing. The possibilities that this brings are incredible. So as I have a role in government, I started sort of envisioning what aspects of Web3 could apply to make better governments, to make better communities, and I got really involved into that.
you're pretty modest about what you've been doing in Argentina and in Buenos Aires, and I know that you're deeply committed to public good. Maybe if you could just tell the audience a little bit about your role in government in Argentina, what mandates you've had, and kind of what's led you to the mandate you have now.
Well, I'm the Secretary of Innovation of the City of Buenos Aires. For those who don't know, Buenos Aires is the capital of Argentina. It's 3 million cities that live every day there, but kind of 7 million people city, because we have nearly 4 million people that come every day to work at the city. And last year, I would say it would be August or September, I made a call to the crypto community in Argentina, which is rather large. We have several different projects there and several different entrepreneurs. And I requested, or I proposed, hey, why don't we start building a self-sovereign ID system? Why? Because I am convinced that being able, the great advantage that crypto proposes, or the blockchain proposes, is being able of transmitting digital trust, which was something that we were not able of doing as a society before. And if we are able of using Web3 technologies in order to ensure trust on a digital basis, the leapfrog that the development of society could take is amazing. And I was really very lucky because the crypto community in Argentina got really involved with that. And today we have a new protocol, which is Quark ID, which I am presenting this Friday in the DevCon. And we're starting to roll out the MVP in November, and we started to onboard Buenos Aires citizens in January. So we are really excited about that. And as a sort of ecosystem of partners got developed on top of the Quark ID. As we speak, Quark ID is being implemented in Gibraltar, Nueva León, Mexico. We're having conversations with several people in Colombia, and we're also implemented it, not we, but our partners are implementing Quark ID in several different locations in Argentina. So we're really excited about it.
Cool. And yeah, everyone should go check out Diego's talk on the digital identity platform on Friday. A lot of us here are not from Latin America. We're not from Colombia. We're certainly not from Argentina. What is happening here and in Argentina that is creating kind of the conditions for acceptance and legitimacy publicly around this technology?
Well, it's a two-side story. I mean, it has one side which is beautiful, which is Argentina and Buenos Aires has this strong and thriving entrepreneur community. We have one of the biggest unicorns per population ratio in the world. And Argentina is full of entrepreneurs, is full of talent, and that is amazing. The sad part of the story is that what I think that was a great thing that promoted crypto adoption is the awful economic situation in our country. To be honest, the government is doing whatever it can to promote crypto adoption. Why? Because we have a 100% plus year inflation. We have strict capital controls. I mean, we cannot sell or buy dollars or any other currency because the government forfeits that. And we have a subsidized electricity. So, I mean, I think that if any government would say, how do we promote crypto adoption? Okay, that's the best way of doing it. People go into crypto because they have no other alternative in the form of financial system. The nice part of this terrible thing, because our country is suffering, poverty is going up, and we're going for a really hard time, which I am convinced that we will get through it. The nice part is that the crypto adoption is one of the highest in the world, and the crypto project development is thriving.
Amazing. Governments aren't known for being really innovative.
Kind of an oxymoron, being Secretary of Innovation of the government.
Yeah, I mean, talk to us about that. Like, what coming in as a tech entrepreneur yourself into government? What are kind of some of the bureaucratic institutions, systems, processes that for you, in terms of advancing Web3 digital adoption, you really have to tackle?
Well, I got involved into government 10 years ago to help a friend. he called me to be his chief of staff of a big institution, which is the Ministry of Education. My initial proposal was, you know what, I'm going to stay with you for 2 years, and then I'm going back. And I got so excited about learning new things, because honestly, managing and being a leader in the public sector, you need to develop a completely new set of skills. And I always kind of play with the idea that honestly, government works a lot like a DAO. And why is that? Because I have a chief, which is the chief of government of the Buenos Aires city, and it's not enough for me to convince him of doing something. If I don't convince, most of my colleagues, my project's going to fail for sure, because I need their support in order to succeed. And that is something that for people that are not involved in government, that is not so well known. But I spend a lot of time sort of gathering support and convincing people of the things we're doing. At least sort of avoiding confrontation. And in my humble perspective, in order to succeed in doing whatever, innovation, of course, in government, you need to spend quite a lot of time in convincing people, or sort of doing an elevator pitch to a lot of people. Say, hey, you know what? This thing that I'm promoting, this thing that I'm doing is good because that. And that is a very important thing, and I really enjoy it.
So it's kind of ironic that a lot of governments who are advancing public good have been looking to private blockchains for solutions around digital identity. Can you talk about, the city's kind of analysis around that? Just thoughts on, why should governments, take on the risk of, still not totally proven public blockchains as opposed to private blockchain technology?
To be completely honest, I don't get why anybody would use a private permission blockchain. If I'm going to do a private permission blockchain, let's put a big server or I don't know, whatever thing in the cloud. The idea of permissionless blockchains is precisely that we can have a common hub of trust, and we can build an ecosystem, solutions, and several different things on top of that platform of trust. Why would anyone build a private blockchain? Why don't we build private intranets? We had that. It was called intranets, and they failed. So honestly, for me, private blockchains are the intranets of the 90s. So it makes no sense. We need to use, and we need to be on top of public blockchains. As a government, as an institution, as a big company, whatever thing you are, you need to rely on public blockchains because security is better. They get better decentralization. And the most important part of it is that the community is there. You are there. Everybody that's at DevCon is there. And that is what creates value. That creates and unleashes a value that we can not even think about it. And that's the whole idea that we're pursuing.
Do you have allies? Are there other governments that are willing to take on the risk of public blockchains?
Oh yeah. To be honest, private blockchaining is kind of a trend today in governments. I'm fighting as hard as I can to going against that trend. And I have the support of a lot of members in the Ethereum community, which kind of share the same vision. I think that, under the hood, many government officials and many of the guys responsible of developing these private blockchains have already seen that is a dead end. I don't know, I think that we have these kind of things, sort of the two of them being alive, but at the end of the day, I think that public blockchains, Ethereum, and whichever layers two will definitely succeed.
Mm-hmm. So without getting too much into the weeds on the digital identity platform, because I do want people to go see your talk at DevCon on Friday, governance obviously comes up as a question for how, if the government is going to adopt a public blockchain, how, and citizens are going to need to be involved in that. What are some of the governance challenges you're thinking about in terms of maintaining accountability and transparency for how that technology is used for something so critical, which is people's identity?
Well, I don't want to spoil my Friday's talk, but what we developed, what we contribute to develop, It's a protocol which is called Quark ID, and I invite you all to go and visit the site quarkid.org with, as I mentioned, a whole set of partners from the private system in Argentina and around the world. That protocol acts as a layer free. So that protocol has several different characteristics. The first one being is there's no private data on chain. All of the data is stored in your physical device, in your mobile phone or whatever. Every wallet, we have today 3 wallets that are being developed. One is the Quark ID protocol wallet, and the other one is from OSCity, and the other one is from Xcapit, 2 crypto wallets. Every wallet needs to be non-custodial. We don't want to have these kind of workarounds of storing passwords or whatever. And the protocol is multi-chain. So anyone implementing the protocol may choose in which blockchain do they anchor the security of the protocol. Today it's anchored in Ethereum, it's anchored in Polygon, it's anchored in Starknet, and it's anchored in RSK, which is an EVM-compatible blockchain that uses Bitcoin as a security layer. But you can anchor the protocol in whichever blockchain do you wish to use. And the most important thing is that the protocol itself, we don't get involved in the governance of the blockchains that we use. We as a city decided to use Starknet, which is a rollup, a CK rollup in the Ethereum world. We decided to use Starknet as our first security layer. We will have for sure at least two, because we cannot risk the blockchain has a failure. And as I mentioned, you can use whichever blockchain you wish, and the governance of the protocol, although it's defined in the white paper, we have a first proposal there, we will turn the protocol into a DAO, and that will happen in the next, I would say, 24 to 36 months. Today, we are kind of making decisions on top of the protocol with this set of partners and cities that have adopted the protocol in this first place.
That's so fascinating that a government is living the dream of what we're all trying to live here in Web3, which is, decentralizing out to the community. It's really incredible that, you're driving this. You've found a use case for communities, individuals really taking charge of what's good for them, defining public good outside of a government context. What are some of the challenges or even just strategies you're thinking about in terms of DAOifying, a municipal government?
Well, this is kind of a wild thought, but if any one of us starts to envision how communities and countries and cities will govern themselves in the next 20 years, I think that I have 3 daughters, 19, 17, and 15 years old. Imagining that my daughters, when they become my age, will govern their communities in the same way that we have been governing our communities for the last 200 years, for me it makes no sense. Why? Because we have today the technology in order to make people being able of participating and getting involved in decisions. Today we elect officials that create laws in name of us for the next, let's say, 4 years, 6 years, whatever. And today we're able of getting involved in the decision makings of a community. I don't know how that change will occur, but I know that communities, neighborhoods, cities, eventually countries will change in the next 20 to 30 years the way that we make our community decisions. It makes no sense that we elect a group of people that make every decision for us. That will change. I don't know how, I don't know when, but it will change for sure, in my humble perspective.
Yeah, I think there's so much we can learn from you, that we as a Web3 space can learn from you, and there's so much opportunity for collaboration. It is mind-boggling when you stop and think about how we've done representative democracy, as you say, that we've elected one person to make decisions across every vertical area of our public lives, and how can we think about breaking that up. How can the Web3 community help you? What's your experience been getting involved in the Web3 space? what do you think are opportunities for us to collaborate?
I'd like to make a small explanation on what you just said. I do think that, let's say, for example, a city major is kind of a city CEO. He needs to decide when the police does something, the hospital ambulance is getting the city cleaned, and you need someone doing that job on a CEO style. What I do think is that making laws, making the rules by which we live, which definitely are not something that we need to decide in the next 30 seconds, that will get the communities involved in a completely different manner. I'm going to say something kind of controversial regarding the Web3 space, which is, and I was speaking yesterday with the EF about this, which is, I consider myself part of the Web3 space because I am into the technology and I studied it and I am I am developing a project regarding Web3. But I think that we need to open our doors. I think that we need to invite people who are not from the Web3 space into the Web3 space. And I love the DevCon we did and we collaborated in doing ETHLATAM just 2 months ago. But the problem then, I mean, a lot of friends of mine that work in companies and have decision-making roles in their lives say, hey, you know what, Diego, we really don't understand when you guys are speaking. The words you use, the terms you quote, the sentences that you put out are completely incomprehensible. And I think that a challenge that we have in order to go, someone before us was speaking, we have nearly 300 million users out of almost 8 billion people living in the world. And if we want to go to 4 billion people, those 4 billion people won't be developers. And maybe they won't even know what a blockchain does, or maybe they don't know it conceptually, but not in detail. And I think that we need to start making, I don't know, events, gatherings, I don't know, chats or whatever, in order to promote and get the technology out of this niche that we are living today.
That's a call for action for us. How can we help you with the digital identity strategy?
Well, I think that I don't think that the digital identity strategy is something for Buenos Aires. I think that we are building, or we're collaborating in building a public good. So it's open source, it's out and open for everyone and anyone who can use it, who will use it, who can contribute to it. And I really think that once humans have a digital identity of their own, in which they can hold credentials and show them whenever they wish, regardless of the government or the company or whatever credential issuer gives out the credential, I think that we would be much more empowered. And my call would be, hey, let's do these kind of things. Let's unite people which are in a decision-making role in order to say, hey, you know what? This is the way to go. You need to lose control to gain possibilities.
I love it. Well, let's go back to Buenos Aires and invite the public.
Let's, please.
Diego, thank you so much. Grateful for you being here and sharing what's happening in your country with us.
I love it. Sean, thank you so much for inviting me.
Thanks.
Okay, next up we have Cami Ramos from Fuel Labs, who will be speaking with us about developer communities internationally and innovations that are coming. This will be our last talk ahead of lunch. Cami, I know you're here somewhere.
All right. How's it going, everyone? Thanks for being here. I know the hallway track is always a little bit more exciting. I'm going to be having my slides here because there's no screen. So if you see me looking down, I'm looking at the feedback from this. Anyways, while we're here, how many people are from Latin America? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Cool. How many people flew in from the United States? Okay, about half. How many people flew in from Europe? About half. Okay, half Europe, half US, like 3 Latin America. Great. So this is a perfect talk. So all you European and US-based teams who are trying to figure out how to build international developer communities and kind of what the impact of that could look like, you're in the right place. So I'm just going to wait for them to load up the slider-roonies, and then we'll get started. Maybe I can do some stand-up while I wait. Just kidding. Well, meanwhile, I'm going to get my cuter outfit on. I realize I have this hoodie on and this fanny pack. Worst case scenario, we can do it without slides, I think. Okay, yeah. Can you just go back 1 slide, please? Okay, that looks fine. Are we good? Okay, yeah, just let me know when to start. No rush. Just want to make sure I'm not holding you up. This is like, what's the word? Exposure therapy. Like for people who are shy, you just got to sit on stage and be quiet and look at the crowd. So I'm just going to do that. I'm going to like sit in it, work on my, sitting up here in front of a crowd with no words. Excuse me? I'm sorry, I can't hear. Better? Okay, there we go. Okay, even if it doesn't work, I'll just be very, okay. Perfect, okay, so building international communities. I'm Camila Ramos. I'm the head of developer relations at Fuel Labs, where we're building Fuel, and I'll kind of talk a little bit more about what that means in a second, but really Fuel is not the focus. The focus here is going to be for developer teams and teams building developer tooling and even consumer-facing things. What is the value proposition of building international developer communities? And we're going to do a very long journey where at the very end we're going to get to this, but we have a lot of bases to cover to understand the why. And really the why is like 90% of this presentation, and then the how is just like the last 2 slides where I can give you some tips on what exactly it means to be able to implement this and build this international developer community. So next slide, please, if it works. But if not, you guys saw it earlier. It's this graph where the x-axis is the type of problem. On the left, it's a small problem. On the right, it's a big problem. And the y-axis is how many people this problem affects. So just try to imagine this. And at the top, it's very few people, and on the bottom, it's many people. So you, as someone building a tool, someone building something consumer-facing, the quadrant that you want to be in is you want to solve a big problem for a lot of people. And unfortunately, ¿pueden pasar el slide una vez, por favor? Yeah, great. Unfortunately, where we are right now in crypto and in Web3 is we're in that quadrant. We're solving a very small problem for very few people. And a great example of this is, si pasan otra vez, if you guys turn the slide one more time, it's basically like a bunch of memes about crypto where it's like to the moon and Dogecoin and like NFTs and crypto dick butts. So we all reside right now in that like small corner where we're solving. Uno más, por favor. How about this? How about I do you one better? Okay, it's not as good, but look, it's like the monkey, the Discord, I'm getting 1,000,000%, yeah, APY, like Elon Musk. We're in the bad corner right now, and like I think right now as an industry, we're trying to figure out how do we get to the other corner, right? Like how do we get to solve a big problem for many people? This is a lot harder than I anticipated without Okay, yeah, perfecto. Okay, uno más. Okay, so how do we get here? How do we get to be in that quadrant where we're solving a big problem for many people? You know, this thing has been around, this little x-axis, y-axis has been around for a long time. I learned it during my time doing product marketing at Sony, and it was kind of one of the first things that helped me frame, like, when we're building a product, how exactly should we think about it? So how do we get from this, like, lower quadrant where we're solving a small problem to this other quadrant where we're solving a big problem for many people? And really, how do we innovate to get to that point? Because right now, a lot of teams are working on a lot of dope stuff, and I deeply respect all of these teams, but as an industry, we're all trying to figure out, like, what problems can we actually solve, and what kind of new use cases can we unlock with crypto that weren't possible before? And basically in this talk, I'm gonna make the case for why we need to shift our attention and our capital to other parts of the world besides Europe and the United States. And it's great that we're here in Colombia, and by a show of hands, there's really not that many Latinos here, so the onus is on us as, you know, the global West, the people controlling the power, the people controlling the money, the people controlling the kind of like thought leadership for how to implement this so that we can get to that phase. Okay, the next slide, please. Perfect, so what does this look like? Improved UX, and we'll talk about all these points. Improved UX, scalability, and international communities building, solving for like hyper-local problems, and more importantly, more secure applications. I'm just gonna not look at that anymore. Okay, let's just talk. Let's just ignore the slides. So improved UX, like the Lens team's doing a good job, Biconomy's doing a good job, Mirror's doing a good job, Geo's doing a good job, where they're doing a bunch of cool things like gasless transactions, they're batching transaction signing so that users don't have to sign for every little thing. If you guys have ever used Mirror, you go through that process where it'll ask you, remember me, so that you don't have to sign every single action that you do. So there's a lot of teams moving in this direction, and specifically, I wanna highlight the stuff that we're working on over at Fuel Labs. Dos más, por favor. 2 more slides. Specifically highlight the stuff that we're doing at Fuel Labs around improved UX, which is native meta transactions, which basically makes it so that someone else can sign a transaction for you, and you could transfer an ERC 721 to a friend without ever having to sign gas, something that's not possible on Ethereum that will be possible on Fuel. Account abstraction, another thing that Fuel has and that I'm like really excited about, and what that means is that it unlocks that coins can be locked behind user-defined spending conditions, but what that enables is that you can use any wallet. You can use an Ethereum wallet, you can use a Solana wallet, and if you guys missed it, yesterday John, the CTO of Fuel, gave a really cool talk on this, and he's gonna publish the slides shortly after, so you guys can kind of go more in depth on that technical stuff. The other improved UX that we're working on at Fuel Labs is support for multiple native assets. So you know, in Ethereum right now, the only token you can like send with a call is ETH. And in Fuel, you'll be able to send any token. All tokens are first-class citizens. They all get the same treatment in that you can send coins with any transaction. Oh, perfect. Dos más, por favor. Okay, now let's talk about increased security. When you're dealing with a population like Latin America who are very price sensitive because the average monthly income is around $500 a month, we can't do things. Otro? Creo que dos más. We can't have like the level of security that we have now. We can't tell people like, trust this system, put your money into it, like put a big part of your money into it, whether it be $10. Like if a transaction is $10, that's still too much, because if you look at $500 as your income, that's still way too big of a portion to just spend on gas. And then if we're talking about using DeFi applications or really any application where there's money at stake, we absolutely will not be able to convert this like region if there's not a higher level of security on their money. ¿Me lo puedes pasar dos más, por favor? And what we're working on at Fuel, otro? Yeah, otro. Okay, más? Más? Y uno más. Okay, what we're working on at Fuel is we have this smart contract language called Sway, which is based on Rust, and it has a lot of cool things, and it leverages a lot of the type security that comes from Rust. And one of the cool things about writing your own programming language and having a DSL, like something specific for blockchain, is that when you write the compiler, you can make your own rules, and you can say, we want to optimize for certain things because we're dealing with a blockchain environment, an adversarial environment. One of the things that comes with that, yes, is that the Sway compiler will call out when you as a developer have a reentrancy vulnerability. So it'll tell you, it won't even let you ship this. When you try to build this, it'll say, hey, on line, I don't know, 317, you have this vulnerability that you need to address. El próximo, por favor. Another thing is that the Sway compiler forces us to handle all variants. And basically what this means is, like, if you're not handling a case, if there's a case that's unhandled, i.e. maybe, like, I don't know, in the case that's false, you never actually handle the flow for what happens for a user when something returns false, it won't let you build this either. It'll say, hey, you need to handle all possible cases. La próxima, por favor. And these two things together, plus the next one I'm going to talk about, which is namespace storage access. So if you've written in Solidity, you've probably accidentally touched storage a time where you either didn't mean to or you didn't understand the kind of unintended consequences that come with accessing storage. Yes, so in Sway, si me lo pasas una vez más, por favor? In Sway, on the next slide, you'll kind of see a screenshot of the code of what this looks like, but you as a developer have to annotate every function and define what kind of access this function has to storage. That way, when you as a developer, not only you who wrote it, but other developers who are either using your library or just looking at your application, very clearly understand the access that this function has. And so it's kind of like, how can we avoid unintended consequences of accidentally accessing storage? And then kind of the security that comes with that very explicit stating of what kind of access it has. Yes, so if you see the little, it might be hard to see, but the kind of ampersand and then the square brackets storage, ooh, nice. That is the annotation that comes to define what kind of access a function has to storage. So if you see the maybe like fourth or fifth line says API counter, the line after that says storage, read, write. So we're defining you have access to read and write storage from this function, right? There could be other functions where you don't want the developer or the user to access storage, where they're maybe just doing a read, and then you would denote that in this part too. Perfect, and now on to the next point, scalability. So right now, right, we'll get to this later, but right now, like, we're nowhere near the scale that we need to capture this 666 million in Latin America, like nowhere near. And the thing that I'm going to talk about in a bit is basically, like, they have problems that we don't have in the West that can actually be solved and unlocked with crypto, and they just don't have, like, we just don't have the scale to support them at this rate. So we need to figure out how can we, you know, how can we scale to this level without sacrificing decentralization? And that's one of the things that we're also working on at Fuel, and kind of what does this mean? Like, what does it mean to not sacrifice decentralization? There's other chains out there, you know, maybe like Solana, that have very high throughput, but they're not necessarily scalable. Now, what does this mean? It means that for scalability, users have to be able to validate the chain themselves. They have to be able to run a full node on consumer hardware at home without having to, like, buy a supercomputer. And when you kind of make that trade-off to say, I want higher throughput, but you take that away, then you kind of end up with, like, the systems that we have now, and it kind of loses the ethos. And not only the ethos from kind of an ideological perspective, but if you're dealing with money, users need to have control over their money and their applications, and the only way to do that is to have the ability to opt in to run a full node if you want to. I had these really cool slides that basically showed kind of the throughput right now in Web 2 and kind of like the load that we're able to handle. So I'll just read it out to you. Visa's transactions per second is anywhere from 1,700 to 24,000. So they can handle up to 24,000 transactions per second. NASDAQ does 10 million trades per day. So if you do the math on that, like a bunch of transactions per second. And on Ethereum, yeah. On Ethereum right now, you can do anywhere from 15 to 30 transactions, and the max ever recorded was 116 transactions per second on Ethereum. So nowhere near the scalability that we need. Uno más, por favor. So now on to kind of like where we were going with this, right? So the case for Latin America. I'm going to talk about why I think Latin America specifically is a really good place for teams to be right now. And if they can capture this market, they're going to see a lot of usage and upside to the things that they're building in a way that you wouldn't really be able to see in North America and Europe, simply because we don't have the problems that need to be solved. Like, we have it pretty well relatively compared to everywhere else. And so let's talk about it. Uno más, por favor. So why exactly Latin America? Okay, Latin America is a really ripe case, I think, because they already exhibit behaviors that make them more keen to exploring crypto. And what are those behaviors? Mobile-first digital payments. Everywhere in Latin America runs on mobile. If you have maybe interacted with any Colombians here, everyone's using WhatsApp, everyone's using digital payments. No, rarely any people really are not using digital-first, mobile-first infrastructure in Latin America. There's high adoption of neobank applications. A lot of people are already operating outside of the kind of lanes of traditional bank financial systems. A lot of people use PayPal, Mercado Pay, PSE, PixPay. And I don't know if I see him, but there's a developer here from Brazil who kind of put me onto PixPay and the whole story about that, and I'll kind of cover that later. And then the other thing that really makes it ripe is kind of just the growing political and socioeconomic instability and the kind of rails and support that you can get from crypto in terms of safety and infrastructure for your money, because as we've seen in the last few months, when something goes awry in different countries, they can just freeze the banks, you're not allowed to pull your money out, and chaos ensues. So for people like this specifically, they're very sensitive to things like that, right? There's already distrust because of like a long, 100+ year long history of socioeconomic instability. El próximo, por favor. So the next one, it just kind of shows some stats of the adoption of online neobank and non-bank applications. Yeah, so basically it's a lot of words to say. More than 90% of people in Latin America are already using neobank. Basically, they're already operating outside of the traditional financial world, and to me that signals that they're comfortable, more comfortable potentially than other regions with adapting to crypto. And actually, people in Latin America are transacting in crypto at higher rates than other parts of the world. And at the end, I'm going to link a resource where you can kind of read all of these reports and see all the sources cited, so you can kind of see the graphs and the data yourself. El próximo, por favor. Great, so this graph kind of just asks, there's this survey by Rapid that interviewed a bunch of people in Argentina, Colombia, Mexico, and Venezuela, I believe, or maybe somewhere else. And basically the question that they're asking is, what kind of non-bank payment apps do you use? And the #1 answer in Argentina was Mercado Pago. And we're going to talk about what that means and why that is such a good signal for crypto and how it can really take off here in the next slide. En la próxima, por favor. So Mercado Pago and Mercado Libre. So Mercado Libre was an online like marketplace app where you could like buy furniture, buy clothes, buy literally anything, TVs, and it's widely used, and it started a decade ago here in Colombia. And the platform was doing so good that they were like, hey, fuck using other people's payment service, we should just use our own, because they were facing certain restrictions, right? Like they could build something that was custom and that worked better for them, so they created this thing called Mercado Pago, which is like the payment system that they used, right? 10 years ago, it was created just to handle payments on this platform because they wanted to optimize for certain things that are specific to their platform. Now, a decade later, they've expanded to be a complete financial service. They offer like banks, they offer, let me just read it so I don't misquote. Financial services from payment processing and gateway services to mobile payments and credit cards. So they've completely like blown up from being this random like neobank thing that was just platform specific, like I think Shopify has something similar, to now being one of the largest payment infrastructures in Latin America and in Colombia specifically. Another example of kind of like community solving for hyperlocal problems and then seeing this crazy growth that for us as a crypto community is what we need to look to is PixPay in Brazil. So PixPay is the dominant mobile payment service in Brazil, and it handles like millions of dollars per day in transaction volume, and it's kind of like the preferred method for payments in Brazil. Every day people are sending between each other, like for kind of like peer-to-peer stuff, but I think they can also use that to pay peer-to-business. I'm not sure, Victor is in here, but long story short, this also started as like, hey, what's an alternative to the financial system that we have now to empower our people and solve a hyper-local problem that then became the #1 used thing in that country. Okay, and then, so now back to, like, that was a long way to kind of arrive to this point to say, like, how do we build international developer communities, and really what's the reason, what's the why? The why is, like, other places have problems, like I said, that we don't, and if we can empower developers to leverage the tools that we've built, to leverage the platforms that we've built to solve hyper-local problems, they can be the next PixPay, they can be the next Mercado Pago, but on crypto. And like I said, we kind of linked to different points of why they're kind of ripe for this type of environment, right? Like neobank, digital first, everyone has a cell phone. Not very many people, like not as many people have a laptop. So they kind of have all of these different conditions that makes them a really good opportunity for crypto to come and say, hey, we're going to bring you the tools, we're going to bring you the platforms, and then we're going to build a developer community that knows the problems of the area, that understands the needs of the people, that understands the limitations of the technology that we're bringing, right? Because tech isn't like a one-size-fits-all, a layer two, whatever you're building, it's not going to work for everyone. So instead of us trying to build things for everyone and being like, oh, we're going to build the next Mercado Pago as like Americans, really the better approach is to go build a developer community there. And how do you do that? El próximo, por favor. How do you do that? Translate developer docs to other languages. We have a bunch of barriers up right now where it's like everything is in English and we kind of just expect the world to like revolve around us. And I mean, and it's been fine up until this point, but really how much adoption have we gotten in Latin America from the developer side? Not very much compared to the US and Europe. Another way, grants programs specific to the regions. So if you set up ambassador programs and a pool of money specifically for this region and you say, we want to support you building hyper-local solutions, obviously that's a great way combined with kind of developer docs translated in that language for developers to come and take advantage of this opportunity. Another way, basically what I said earlier is like, don't try to be the person that builds everything for everyone because we don't understand the problems of the region. Even me as someone Colombian born, I've lived in the United States for a long time. I don't understand the problems here enough to try to build something like that. Instead, you should go and create connections, go create these ambassador programs, go connect with people who are already working on these problems. And kind of the final thing is like, there's people who have been working on these problems for decades. And kind of one of the critiques that I hear about crypto that I agree with is we're like, oh, we're gonna solve everything. We're gonna solve homelessness. We're gonna solve the housing market. We're gonna solve like inflation. And there's teams who've been working on this literally for decades and decades and decades. And really what we should be doing is partnering with them and just giving them the tools to work on the stuff that they've been studying and working on for many years, long before we were here. El próximo, por favor. And the last slide is just a thank you slide where I link this post that I wrote called The Dead End of Eurocentric Crypto, where you can see all of my sources cited for kind of all the stats I gave and also read more long form about this specific topic. Y la próxima. And you can find me, and I would love to chat more about this on Twitter or in real life. My handle is Cami in this thing. You can follow Fuel, the project, at FuelLabs_. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Cami. So next up is lunch. So we do have a lunch and learn that's optional if you want to participate, with Eric, CTO and co-founder of Livepeer, and Johnny Howell, co-founder and CTO of Disco. And we will resume back here at 1:30. Thank you.
Frank, 5, 5, 5. Hola, hola, check, check. Ok, listo, queda. Listo, ahí quedó. 5, ahí queda. Bájale un poquitico, córtale los agudos un poquito. A los agudos, al 5. Y bájale un poquito el volumen. Ok. Ok. Voy con el otro. Frank. El 4. 4, 4, 4. Hola, check, 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 check. Ok, dale más ganancia. Check, 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 check. Ok. Muteas mute para el 1, canal 1, mutealos. El 1, mutealos. Perdón, el 3, mutealo, donde dice abajo mute. ¿Qué? No, ya listo. Ok, listo, ahí queda. No, ya ahora sí quedan. Este está por el 4, ¿sí? 4. 4, hola, hola. ¿Es el 4? Ok, y el otro es el 5. Hola, hola. Yes. Ok. Hola. Tengo acá un poquito de... Córtale un poquito a los agudos. Bájale a los agudos, por favor. Hola, hola, hola. Check, check, check. Mejora. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Hola, check, 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 check. Hola, sí. Hola, check. Hola, sí. Dale un poquito de bajo. Check, 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 check. Hola, hola, check, 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 check. Hola, listo, ok. Y el otro que era el 4. Pero se bajó, ¿sí? ¿Sí ves? Este que tengo acá, el 4. Ok, check, 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 check. Dale brillos. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. El 4. Check, 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 check. Sí, está bajito. Espérate. Check, check. No, sigue igual. ¿Cierto? Está arriba la ganancia, ¿cuánto está? Hola, check, check, check. ¿La ganancia? Hola, hola. Check, 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 check. Hola, hola. Check, check. Espera, hago una cosa acá, a ver si nos funciona. Hola, hola. Check, check, check. El 4. Check, 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 check. Ganancia, ganancia. Check, 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 check. ¿Toda, toda, toda? Uy, no. Entonces, no, bájala a las 12. Queda a las 12. 4. Hola, ¿está abierto a dónde? ¿A las 12? Todo? Uy, no. Ah, ok, no, pero o sea, debería sonar más duro. Ok, listo. Ábreme todos los medios, los medios. Hola, hola, sí, hola, check, check, hola, hola. Listo. Pero mira, ya comenzó la distorsión, entonces tienes que recortarlo por ahí hasta la 1 en la ganancia. Y en los medios, sí, ábreme más los medios, ya en el ecualizador. Check, 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 check. Hola, hola, hola. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. Suena mejor. Ok. Pero ya sé, es por el tema de los micrófonos inalámbricos. Es un pequeño voice que tiene. Pero si tú quieres, te podemos. No, ¿de cable? Fabián, ¿hay cuatro, hay dos más de cable? ¿Dos de estos más? ¿O solo eso? No, 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 yo no encontré más. Voy a mirar. Check, 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 check.
you know, what's in your wallet is the most boring thing about you. So the financial applications of crypto, you know, they're here, it's been done. We're really all asking, what's next? So today I have three of the disruptors, creators, and innovators in the space who are really going to talk to us about what we can expect to see in the space and maybe what some of those extraordinary future use cases might be. So just to get started, maybe if each one of you can introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your project and you know, how that relates specifically to Web3. Ben, maybe you want to get us started.
Hey everyone, my name is Ben Rubin. Before this company, I founded a company called Live on Air. We did live streaming on Twitter called Meerkat. After that, we did House Party, which was a video chat. But then it reached 150 million users. Unfortunately, it was not mine anymore, so that became 12 million. And now we're working on Meerkat Air, which is the new company we're working on, a protocol called SAM. The idea is to allow communities to own their town square and take primitives like ownership, moderation, privacy, verification, and put them on blockchain.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Nathan. I'm one of the co-founders of STEM's DAO. And interestingly, we started this by saying that the financial aspects were most boring. So I definitely got introduced to crypto via Bitcoin and then DeFi. It's the first part of the DeFi project, but did not see myself making the jump to full-time Web3 until this project, which is basically a community platform that lets artists drop stems as NFTs. So stems are pieces of the song, and then we basically incentivize other artists in our community to make music with the stems, and the remixes that are approved by the community or original artists become NFTs also. So there's an attribution of revenue, NFT revenue at the stem level. And then we're also integrated with Next Protocol and trying to make it a social experience overall. So definitely bullish on Web3 social.
Hello everyone, my name is Julien Christou. I'm the CEO and founder of Unlock Protocol. I came to crypto actually many different times and every time dismissed it until I stayed, which made me poor, I guess. But more importantly, I came to crypto because I'm coming from the open web world. I was actually part of the WWDC, which is the World Wide Web Consortium, the organism that writes the protocols for the web, so pre-crypto, PC. And I was actually part even of the social working group, social web working group, which was a working group at the WWDC that aimed at building decentralized networking again pre-crypto. And really one thing that I've come to realize over the years is that we can never decentralize social until we change how money works on the web. Most of the content that we consume, most of the information that we use on a daily basis are actually all monetized using attention, ads, using how much time we're spending there. And these incentives are incredibly centralizing. It's so much easier if you have $1 billion to give it to Mark Zuckerberg than to give it to a billion small sites. And so one thing that excites me about crypto and about Web3 social is the fact that we finally have money specifically as a core primitive of the tech stack of how we're going to build these social protocols.
Nice to see you. So earlier this year, there was a really interesting Bankless podcast in which Vitalik really stated that Ethereum was not quite ready for mass adoption until the scaling component was resolved, especially infrastructure that works to here are things people want to use, things people want to do, some reason that convinces someone to open their computer or their phone and like give you some of their attention. So can we maybe talk a little bit, Ben, about how what you're building is really unique and it is really building on things that like couldn't exist before blockchain?
I think that one of the interesting gaps, I think, right now is that you have all these communities that are worth, tens, hundreds, sometimes more than that, millions of dollars, and they can cryptographically prove that they own every piece of their existence in like web chip of a town square. What does it mean where you can actually take entitlements like read and write, put that on chain, and actually open business models that are, philanthropy, for example, is a way that we as human in society allow other people to pay for access, and people go and they donate money and they contribute to their community, but they also get a seat at the table. And I agree with what you said earlier about Web3 social. I think that the first wave was, I kind of want to look at girls' albums, and that's voyeuristic, very primal about mating. And I do agree that economic incentives could be, which is another, about safety.
Very cool, yeah. And I mean, speaking of, incentives, I saw a really interesting Twitter post earlier this week from StemStau and Rave tickets. So I heard that you guys ran a competition of remixing of a very good friend of mine who's a journalist at CNBC. And
Kenzie?
Yeah,
Did she tell? Did you
no,
talk?
I sent it to her.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
What did she say?
She was like, I have to call you. So,
Yeah.
But tell us a little bit about sort of this intent of trying to produce some virality and getting people's attention and what they might be into.
Yeah, I think this is a great example for incentives. So for context, we basically took a sample from a reporter who was talking about Rave and DeFi degens needing to get loose. We basically partnered with Rave. It was their idea to do a challenge to sample that vocal and make a song or anything that's like over 30 seconds to a minute to get Rave tickets. And we got like 30 to 40 submissions, which is a lot more than we expected. But yeah, it's basically the idea behind doing this stuff on chain is that a lot of those posts are actually on Lenster or via the protocol, so you can see them on other platforms. And so you can verifiably know which address participated, and then you can have mechanisms like votes that are very easy to streamline. And so you think of trends like TikTok, like the kind of stuff that happens on TikTok, like, I don't know if people here remember the Wellerman song, like the sea shanty thing, which had really blown up a year ago or a couple years ago. And you add the blockchain to that, so you can basically tie back all the derivative things to the original post. You can reward the original person that made it. The song, like recording right owner, can be involved in the splits also. And basically, we like incentives like giving Rave tickets or giving a prize to someone who makes a remix is just a way to get the thing started. But the idea is at a certain scale, just participating and having traffic is enough to either via NFT volume or some form of tokenomics to just drive activity around that.
Yeah, and I think this brings us back to the interesting topic that ultimately, like, people are seeking for like community, adventure, excitement. And so I would love to hear more about the concept of this owning a town square.
Well, basically, town square has, you have the idea of like who owns it, like who actually owns this space that 10,000 people come into. Oh, no, I mean, a town square, it's what would be like a big Telegram group or like a Discord server. Yeah. That's, it has ownership, which is very much generalized across the platform, and it's not really ownership, it's just who has the credentials. And then you got moderation, and then you got reputation, you got privacy, and then there's another part that is like the economic activity that is not really represented there. And all of these elements, if you think about what it means to, if you could compose them, for example, if you could have the moderation of a town square being held by a smart contract that assigns on the fly who is the moderator based on their activities on chain, right? If you voted in the last 3 votes and you hold this amount and you do this action, then you're automatically a moderator. And everybody can look and see that these are the rules in which why some people get more influence than others on the place we communicate. Another question is like, who owns this place, right? Can you sell it on OpenSea? Yeah. And what does that mean? So that's kind of
what I like about the model here described is like the town square is actually not a physical space for sure.
Metaphorical.
But not even a virtual place in a single place. Like it's a smart contract. It's not a Discord, it's not a Telegram, it's basically a smart contract. And so that means exactly what you just said about Lens. Multiple application can surface and show the town square to different people. And maybe we are in the same community. Yeah. We are using the same town square contract. And I assume that's what we're discussing here, but we're also using different applications to interact together through the contract. And to me, that's kind of the power of Web3 Social is it's not about single applications, it's not about platform themselves, it's about actually smart contracts that are normalizing, I don't know what the right word is, but regulating how we interact together and setting the rules of how we work, and work in the DAO context, like how we contribute valuable content, valuable interactions, how other people can contribute these, and what kind of information gets leveraged by what kind of application in there. And so it's not a place. I mean, for me, it's like we're never going to see like the Web3 Discord or the Web3 YouTube. It's going to be a lot of different places. Basically, they're going to emerge and all going to be connected through the same smart contract, and to which we're going to connect through our wallets.
Yeah, no, that's definitely really, really interesting. I mean, that takes me to sort of my next question, which is, you were one of the early pioneers of effectively like verifiable credentials, right, through ticketing and memberships, right? Yes. And how do you think those interacting with like the potential social graphs that are becoming, possible today?
Yeah, so I think there's going to be multiple social graphs as there's always been. I think they're going to have different versions of this. I do think the membership graph, which is what group I'm a member of, is going to be a useful one. So it might be, my school, it might be my hometown, it might be some online communities that I'm a member of. It might also be, my local gym. And so that is not a social graph. It doesn't necessarily have me and friends linked together, but it's a very useful interest graph about me individual and about the community that I'm in at the same time. So that's one of the things that we've been trying to pioneer at Unlock. This morning, Evan made a very interesting comment about the fact that our social activities tend to decay, and the existing social network, like the Web2 world, actually doesn't have this. Like most of my Facebook stream right now is like friends from high school that I haven't seen in 17 years. And I probably don't care about what kid they have or what town they live in at this point. And yet it's all there in Facebook, and Facebook keeps showing this to me.
There's a filter. You can replace the baby photos with like puppy photos.
I wouldn't do that because I have babies as well. But like it's not just about the babies. I should make it clear. I have kids, so if my kids listen, I love you guys. But it's about the fact that these social relationships decay, and I think one of the things that we need to start thinking a lot about inside of the Web3 space as well is the idea of decaying tokens. I don't know if that makes sense, but like NFTs with expiration dates, which is what the kind of thing we do, or maybe even like contracts that have balances of token that reduces over time or something like this, that would show the fact that you might not be the most engaged person in the community anymore, or something like this.
Okay, really great. And something that we're looking at, like towards is actually like mass adoption of this kind of technology. And Ben, it seems like you were building something that is really meant to interact with existing platforms, right? Where you're adding a smart contract layer to activities or interactions, behaviors that people already have in their regular lives. So how do you think about onboarding like non-crypto native people onto this technology?
We're building a really beautiful client, and we're really going to focus on owning your town square as the message, on speaking about why everywhere else you're just renting, and we're going to make the experience of minting your space a delightful thing that my mom can do, and I don't think they're going to know that there's smart contracts behind it, or at least not what I'm expecting. Yeah, I think a lot of my work where my teams found success was where we took like, it used to be really hard to for the average user to understand how they're going to stream live to the internet. There was a bunch of platform, but then like we kind of used that Twitter API graph, and we made it like one button, and you can go live to Twitter. And then they shut down the graph, which is why I'm excited about Lens, you know. But then that forced us to think about other ways of how can we create spaces that are forming almost magically without people understanding how it is that we put them together. With House Party, setting up a call is actually an annoying thing that nobody wants to FaceTime someone. And House Party has actually abstracted a lot of this and made it kind of a delightful way to all of a sudden talk to two of your friends and without really trying to create a Google Meet and send a calendar. And I'm very much intent to do the same thing here. Yeah.
Fantastic, yeah. I mean, I heard fun things about House Party. I think during the pandemic, a lot of people were sort of exploring with like alternative ways of connecting, and I think it really accelerated the adoption that we have for a lot of this technology. I mean, my 96-year-old grandmother learned how to use Zoom. And so I think that you are totally spot on that sometimes if the technology is compelling enough, then people start to play around, and as long as the UX is accessible, then it welcomes them.
I actually think the opposite. Yeah, I think that the UX need to be compelling, and you're like, how the fuck is this happening? Yeah. And then you don't really ask more than that, most people, right, outside of this room. But what enables this is actually the exciting technology, but I think that not everybody is as curious,
I didn't mean like the technology itself. I meant like if the use case, right? It was like she's alone and she wants to talk to her family.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
so
yeah, exactly.
Like, okay, she can get onto something, and if she has to use Linux, then she's definitely not making it
exactly.
there. So like Zoom is like right on the level where you're like, okay, yeah,
exactly.
I can do this.
Yeah, and with House Party, you just open the app.
I'm so interested by like Vitalik's perspective of like, oh, if we solve cost of transactions and speed, we're there. I'm like, no, we're not there yet. We're better off and we're ready, but then we still need entrepreneurs like yourselves to start thinking about like what is that use case that's going to compel people to want to step into that space. Let's talk a little bit about music NFTs. I've been hearing a lot about them for a while, and then no one was really doing very much about it. And then now I've seen like a recent wave of actually pretty cool music NFT projects. Can you give us a little bit of context as to sort of like what you've been seeing in that space and how it's evolved and like why it's so hot right now?
That's a very broad question. Like the space has been, I would say it had its peak. It was peaking about 6 months ago, actually.
Okay.
And right now, there's a lot of fundraising announcements, which doesn't necessarily mean that they happened right now. Also.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but I think a lot of the projects do you have examples in mind?
No, I came across a lot of people at DevCon who were talking to me about their music NFT projects, initiatives, and creators. Maybe it's probably just the bubble I'm living in.
But I would say, from what I'm understanding of the space currently, and I think it's take it with a grain of salt because there's no real project that completely figured it out, I would say. But there's a bunch of different approaches. You can think of music production, like it's kind of a stack, right? Music production, music consumption, distribution in the middle, and there's projects that are popping up all across. There's on-chain DAWs, like kind of Ableton on-chain. There's projects that are just dropping songs, the same exact songs as the ones you'd find on Spotify, as NFTs. And then there's protocols like building kind of the infrastructure for creators underneath. And then there's varying views between copyrighted songs and CC0, which means unlicensed, like going fully for license-free music. I think there's a lot to talk about, but I don't think anyone actually fully figured it out in a way that is natural, like not VC funded or like not kind of, because the PFP NFTs, like the visual NFTs, have a good use case as collectible art, and it's very easy to, so you can wear them, like you can put them in your Twitter picture.
The Wu-Tang Clan did collectible music, right?
Yeah.
For one person.
Yeah, and yeah, but like for instance, if it's a song, and you're trying to collect it, it's hard to wear a song, right?
Yeah.
It's not quite something like there's vinyl collectors and there's a supporting the artist component, so it's still a form of collectible, but I think it needs more of an ecosystem around, and it's more of a listening and producing driven activity. Like music is mostly made to listen to and to make, as opposed to like just collect and showcase in a gallery.
It's meant to be experienced, not put on a shelf.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
One thing that I like about the NFT music space, and I know nothing about music, is the fact that there's a lot of experimentation going on. Like there's a lot of people trying weird stuff. Maybe most of it doesn't make much sense, but that's how actually use cases are going to emerge. Like it's not like all of a sudden we get the right UX and we get the right thing to do. It's really about kind of iterating and building, again, things that look weird at first, and then, okay, maybe we can, smoothen a couple things here and there, and that starts to eventually become a product. One criticism that I would make to a lot of people in that space, like we don't play enough with our own toys. Like dog fooding is a term that I use a lot. I fancy creating a dog fooding DAO at some point, but really I want you all to make sure that you have a crypto wallet in your pocket, that you're using it to, as much as possible, pay for stuff when you can, get tickets as NFTs, buy some stupid stuff online just for the sake of playing with it, experimenting, learning for yourself, hopefully also making valuable lessons for people that are building the application on the side that will learn from that data. Because that's how we're going to end up in a situation where it becomes obvious to your grandmother or to my kids when they start using this, because we've, over and over used, improved, made mistakes to something that looks as easy as the web today. One joke that it's not a joke, one story that I tell often, and I think most people in the room are probably too young to remember, but the first time I connected to the internet, I had to go buy a modem, plug it into my PC, which was already pretty weird, then plug that modem into the telephone line, which doesn't make any freaking sense to anybody who's less than 25 at this point. And then the computer would make weird noises, like, and then you'd be connected, but you wouldn't do anything. So compare this to like, okay, I'm using Zoom and connecting and chatting with my grandmother who is in the other side of the world. It took us 25 years to come to this smooth internet that we have. I hope it doesn't take us 25 years to do the same thing with crypto, so we better start experimenting and kind of removing the friction by actually doing things and playing with our own toys as much as possible.
That's really great, Julian. We have a few minutes left, so with that, I wanted to wrap up with a final question for all of you, hot topic question. And that would be, tell us about one really cool Web3 social app that you're into right now. And two, what you think is something awesome that needs to be created or is being created or you are creating that is sort of signaling towards the future. So
I'll start with the second question. So you were mentioning the kind of decay of Web 2, like Facebook, Instagram. It's not discovery oriented, and there's also, a similar thing can be observed with Uniswap and all these things that did airdrops. Like there's this concentration that comes at the beginning, and I think one of the ways against this stagnation in Web3, like for social specifically, is curation mechanisms. And that's kind of growing a lot within protocols and so I would say for Lens in particular, Lens protocol, even for us, thinking of ways like Stems, the platform, thinking of ways to use the community or like leverage the community that is making music and that is listening to music to just keep the kind of content relevant to the community in the present, and then thinking of ways in the far future if we release a token, to have that token be dynamic, like not stagnating at the initial people that had it, and have some form of dilution mechanism after a certain amount of time.
Cool Web3 social thing that I'm playing. I play with Farcaster, I play with Lens. These are all pretty early stage projects, but I think these are cool experiments around this. I still want to see kind of more multiplayer-like kind of experiences. I'm going to mention Reddit. Everybody knows of Places. I think they did it again this year. First time they did it was in 2013, I guess, which is kind of a multiplayer game where anybody would basically, paint a pixel on a big board and people would draw different things. I think this is the kind of thing that is social, multiplayer, and I think Web3 could see some of these things. As a matter of fact, at Unlock, we're building, as a side project, a fun little project, Conway's Game of Life. I don't know if people know what that is, but it's kind of a cool a simulation of cells basically multiplying and living. And we're doing this as an NFT project, which we hope we'll release again as a side project for fun. But I'm trying to see more people build these kind of multiplayer kind of experiences in a way that is, again, smart contract based. So there's multiple UIs, multiple front end that can be created to surface information and maybe have people play with different tools on the same game.
The coolest project I've seen so far is something called biomes.gg. It's basically a massive multiplayer game. They took Minecraft and they put all the stuff of Minecraft like on chain. So like you harvest things and you build things, and then you can take whatever you build and like mint it as a thing that you can sell. And it works both with Solana and Ethereum, and I thought it was like, wow, like this is so cool. So that's the coolest thing I've seen so far. I just thought the delight of playing it and how deep they went, and it was very nice. And what was the other question?
Where do you see things going? Tell us
Where I think it's going?
Where you think it's going, or something awesome that's being created or that needs to be created.
I think we need more people who are crypto optimistic but not crypto dogmatic. I found so many talented, smart people just die on the hill of making every single thing like pure. And if you want to build to, a lot of people, then you should give the compassion that humans are not pure and they're not perfect. That means that in a very perfect way, your creation should not be perfect.
And with that, we conclude this very perfect panel. Thank you, everyone.
Awesome job, guys. Thanks for the questions. Yes.
Great, thank you all for that panel. Next up, we have lightning talks. So these are Web3 innovative startups, and each of them has about 5 minutes to share what they are up to. First up is Sean Bradford, founder of the Gallery DAO, and Alexander Lavallee, founder of Salas Studios. All right, is Nicole De Avis here? Gabrielle Tumos? Great, thank you. All right, Gabrielle, founder of Mochi. Welcome to the stage.
Hello. Buenas tardes. How's everyone doing? So apparently the slides are not working. So I'm going to have to go off the dome and just go off script for once, which is good for me, I think. Growing experience, right? My name is Gabriel. I'm the co-founder of Mochi, also player 0 of a DAO coordination game that we like to refer to as Mochi. My pleasure to be up here. Since this is a lightning talk, I'm going to try and go fast. But again, I'm gonna go off script rather than kind of go through the slide kind of pitchy thing that I do. I'm gonna tell you a story and try to paint a picture for you about how I got to, I think, where we are today with the thing that we call Mochi. So when I was in high school, I was very self-conscious about my weight. I was a very skinny Asian boy, and I went to a high school that was really about football and kind of a daycare in a weird way, but like, you know, very meathead-oriented kind of culture. And I was like very, very skinny, and I was very self-conscious about this. So I was like, how do I put on weight? And I did the most sensible thing that you can think of in high school, which is go onto the internet and ask complete strangers for advice on how to do things. So I went into a forum, and I said, well, how do I put on weight? It's hard for me. I eat tons of food, but I never seem to put on any weight. And somebody responded, well, here's what you do. You actually have to increase your caloric intake by eating more meals. So if you eat 3 meals a day, you need to eat 5 meals a day. I said, great, that's a good idea. I'm going to do that. I did it for about a week, and I was like, yeah, this is fine. And then like right around week 2, I started falling off. I was like, I don't really want to eat 5 meals a day. It's kind of a lot. And I started kind of falling off the thing. And I was like, well, I'm not really making progress anymore on this goal of putting on weight. So I went back to the internet again to talk to strangers, and I said, well, I can't really stick to this thing long enough to like, you know, have it actually work. What do I do now? And somebody was like, oh, here's what you do. You find your best friend, and you tell them what you're going to do. You're going to eat 5 meals a day for a month. Fast forward a month, what ended up happening was, you know, lo and behold, I texted him every single day, the 5 meals that I ate. I didn't really put on good weight. I kind of just got unhealthy, to be honest with you. You know, it wasn't like muscular weight. You know, I played football for freshman year, and I decided this is not for me, basically. So it was my first taste, really, into understanding how powerful incentives in putting something, having skin in the game and putting something down can be for changing your behavior and changing habits around your behavior. So fast forward a couple years, well, actually many, many years, I was working at a company from 2015 and 2018, one of the first kind of like primordial organizations, I would say, in Ethereum. I formerly worked on Gnosis for a little bit, and then also an NFT music project called Ujo Music. And I was part of this company, and as it was scaling, I was like 30 at this company. I watched it grow from 30 to 100 to 200, 250, 500, and at its peak, 1,200 by 2018, all within the matter of a couple years. The pace of growth was just scathing. And what I was seeing happen in the organization that was really trying to build itself as a DAO was that people were kind of getting left behind, and more specifically, young people were being sold this vision of this being the future of work, not having managers, not having structure, everything that you already know about DAOs, or at least the ones that are a bit more naive, I would say. And they were not making progress towards their professional goals. So what I started doing was I started throwing parties, one, and because I started throwing parties, a lot of young people started paying attention to me. And what I started doing was asking them, well, what are you working on? And they would give me kind of like the DAO answer that I think everybody here knows, which is, oh, I'm working on 5 different projects, or I'm like working on nothing, really, which are really the equivalent, same thing. So I said, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna start putting you on teams of 3 to 4, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna commit to working on something for a period of 8 weeks. I have 1 minute. Okay, we're gonna work on something for 8 weeks, and you're gonna stake on that goal. They sent me some ether, basically, on my MetaMask, and we committed to doing daily asynchronous stand-up check-ins on Slack. Basically, you would do the check-in, and you would earn tokens, and these would eventually become Mochi tokens. But if you didn't do the check-in, you would lose a percentage of the ether that you had at stake. If you kept missing, you would lose more. If you kept missing, your team would start to lose more. And you have this bonding effect, basically, that happens where everybody's keeping each other accountable. Any lost ether goes to a committed slash pool where the organization, the group, the team, the party could basically figure out what it wants to do with that money. So that was kind of like the inkling of when I started thinking about something called Mochi, which is a DAO coordination game that we use to help people stick together. I think I'm pretty close to the end, so I just wanted to say, we're looking to work with DAOs, decentralized teams, anybody that's gone remote recently. You might be feeling the burn, the churn of basically people kind of being asynchronous and hard to coordinate. We want to work with you to basically help people commit to long-term goals and stick together. Tomorrow, Thursday, tomorrow night, we're throwing a party called Ensueño. Ensueño means daydream. It's going to be a lucid dreaming party. We've also used Mochi to induce lucid dreams with people. I'll explain more what that means tomorrow, but Other than that, I hope to see you around Bogota. My name's Gabriel, Player0x. Follow us, Bond with Mochi, on Twitter, and see you around. Thank you. Ciao.
All right. Next up, we have Sean, founder of the Gallery DAO, and Alexander with Solo Studio.
Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
¿Todo bien? Perfecto. Okay. Hello. My name is Sean. I go by Origin Story. I'm the founder of the Gallery DAO. We create disruptive XR experiences that champion diverse voices, and we were founded in 2022. La próxima. See, what we do experiential minting, immersive experiences, and creative development. You can follow us on Twitter at the Gallery DAO.
Cool. And I'm Alex. I'm the CEO of Sela Studio. It's an AI company, for those who are familiar, competitors of Midjourney or DALL-E. And we're partnering with the Gallery DAO to bring AI generation, AI art into the Web3 world.
La próxima.
So Celas, as I said, is we propose image generation, and we have one of the fastest API in the world. So we can create images, unique images in less than 2 seconds. And for instance, these images that you see on the right has been AI generated.
La próxima. Perfecto.
Cool.
WTF are you doing at DevCon? Kind of funny story. Let's see if we can do it quick.
Yeah. So long story short, 5 years ago, I was working in Google, and I was also organizing parties and DJing. And I get this contact of this very nice gentleman that used to be in Broadway. And I'm like, it was in Dublin. We meet through music. He came to a party that I organized. And like fast forwards, 5 years later, 4 months ago, I go into a call, and as I'm doing AI art, I'm plugged into a call, like, yeah, this guy is doing like nice, immersive experience. I go in the call, and then I'm like, oh, but I know this guy.
And I got a deck. They were like, yeah, you should meet this guy. And I'm like going through the deck. I'm like, this is sick. What are they doing? And you get to know like the founder page. And I was like, I know that guy. So that was a really good lesson in being open because we were already knowing each other, we were able to build quick trust so we could go faster together. So that was really amazing. La próxima. La próxima. Gracias. So we started with the Salon de Refusé concept, La próxima, which we introduced on Monday at a party. If you were there, then you know. If you didn't, hopefully next time. La próxima. And we are in Bogota doing a text-to-image to mural. So we have 2 physical text-to-image murals, 1 virtual mural that's being premiered, and AI presets from local artists. La próxima. This is how the tool is working. You want to say quickly?
Yeah, so basically this is the interface of the tool that we have built with Lens. So basically you can choose one of the aesthetic of one of the local artists in Colombia. So we have like Tres Manos, Rodez. And from there you can create this kind of artworks. So here was like a beautiful woman in the style of a given artist.
This is very close to DevCon. It's about 5 minutes away. I don't know if you saw it. It says Crece, Crece, Crece on the other side. Partnership with Lens. La próxima. So these are our stats because we just ended the competition, like we just voted maybe 20 minutes ago. And in the last 48 hours, we had 1,000 images generated at DevCon, 447 posts, and 217 new Lens AI users. So thank you if you participated. If not, hopefully we see you next time. Those are some of the images that were made, which is pretty nice. La próxima?
And some of this will be displayed at the Ravey party as well, so...
So what's next? What's next? We want to keep building this collaboration in the spirit of open source. We're also open to multi-chain, so we're exploring how this can also be integrated to other platforms. And of course, when you collaborate, you also can continue to work on your own projects. So Celas, what are you guys going to do?
Well, for us, we want to keep to push in AI innovations. We want to, right, 2022 we did text to image, 2023 will be text to 3D and text to video. So we are a bunch of researchers. So the next big immediate step is to do fundraising in order to improve our infrastructure capabilities. And we hope we can continue to partnership with the Web3 ecosystem and build like really cool art tech experiences.
Cool. And the Gallery DAO, we are in bootstrap stage, so we're also looking for funding. And we are going to continue to unite technology with culture. La próxima. And what's the point? Always be open. If we hadn't met in Google and he let me come when I was on tour and then invited me to the party, when I saw the deck, I wouldn't have known the guy. And then I'm like, this guy's doing AI, how do I talk to him? But it was just like, you know, shorthand already. respect your vision.
Yeah, I think it's important, especially when you do something and that you're passionate. And I'm not from the Web3 ecosystem, and I met during those 2 days lots of people who are really passionate and respecting their visions. And this is how you build great product that actually serve the real people and the real community behind.
And collective passion, especially music, is key for agility and growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Por tu tiempo.
Okay, next up we have Nicole, co-creator of Seed Club.
Hey everyone, I am indeed Nicole Davis. I am co-creator at Seed Club. Seed Club is an internet native organization that helps other builders and operators launch successfully into Web3. We have this superpower that we ourselves are a DAO, a network of networks that are helping other builders and operators launch their own DAOs. We believe that humans should control and benefit from the value that they're creating on the internet and beyond, and we're working to create the systems and the knowledge base and the tools and the network where that's possible. Running an accelerator within a DAO is not the easiest way to run an accelerator. We've been doing this now. We are in our 5th cohort. We've worked with 65 plus projects, a number of household Web3 names from Kraus House, Water and Music, Mochi, who just presented, woohoo! Let's see, Cabin, Meta Label, and many others. In doing this, we've learned a few things about what a successful team and project looks like. And as we build our DAO and accelerator, we've also been learning ourselves. And so we're able to deploy this superpower that we have as a growing decentralized organization and bring that knowledge base to our projects. Now, part of this is in the decision-making of who to bring in. We have a core team of alumni, collaborators, and our contributors who spend a lot of time with each other thinking about what it means to be successful in Web3, what it means to be a successful team, to be at the right point to come to the accelerator. January 1st of this year, so less than a year ago, we launched our club token. And what that enabled us to do was to open the door to collective decision making. And so for this past year, one of the things that we've been doing is exploring what does it mean to be a sense-making network? How do we make good long-term decisions and enter into sustainable, successful, long-term relationships as a collective team? And how do we distribute and build context and combat information asymmetry when it is this distributed, decentralized team? Our core team has seen pretty much every application that has, we're gonna come together, this team that knows Seed Club well, past projects, advisors, collaborators, and then core contributors. We're gonna come together and using these criteria for success, we're gonna rank the projects so that we can bring in the ones that are best suited and best fit for Seed Club. And so somebody coined the term, basically we are the Rotten Tomatoes of Web3, we'll rank anything and we'll make these decisions. What was great was, there was these two things. One was the meme of Tomato and the acceleration and energy that meme, that joke sort of propelled, where people really glommed onto and connected with that idea of, okay, I'm a member now of Tomato. We did not have a token, there was no Tomato token, but that identity of, I've been chosen to be part of this core selection group had a tremendous amount of power. And then the other piece was bringing together these people that have been with Seed Club now for some time and empowering them to make these really key decisions with us has been really effective. So we did that this spring. One of the things that we saw was opening the doors to input and scoring and community insight into the criteria that we were looking at was really strong. And so we worked to expand that in our most recent cohort. So any club token holder this past summer would have participated in our portal. That was a tool that we built ourselves that attempted to scale some of the best practices that we saw in Tomato. And so one of those was open commenting. So any club token holder was able to comment, ask questions of projects, and participate in the collective conversation of getting to know a project better. And then the last piece of that was token-based boosting, where if you had tokens, you were able to signal which projects you felt were stronger, and do that, again, based on this criteria that we were surfacing to all of our club token holders. I won't pretend that we have solved the puzzle of collective curation and collective decision-making. I won't pretend that we have solved the puzzle of how to collectively sense-make and get out of the way of these many-to-many intelligent connections, but it's something that we continue to run experiments on, and I think that if you look at the past cohorts that we've run, the one that we're currently running, we have definitely brought together and brought on and surfaced some interesting insights and some interesting learnings. And so we'll be going into SEO 06. We'll be opening interest forums soon, and we hope that many of you will participate in that process. To learn more, follow us on Twitter, Seed Club HQ. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Nicole. Next up, we have Gia with Decentraland DAO.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Well, my name is Gia Castello. I'm part of the Decentraland DAO. As its name states, Decentraland is a metaverse, but most importantly, a protocol that is created and owned by their own users. And the DAO at Decentraland, it has its grants program. One of the most important things when we talk about Decentraland is that we want to involve more and more users and creators to come to our space and develop and be part of the community of creators. So that's how the grants program started. We started with a program, a very small program. It was an MVP of up until 5,000 mana in dollars at that time in June last year. So that experiment went really well. The community started developing very cool projects. And in October, a few months later, we decided that it was a very good try to use the funds of the community and create greater tiers of grants. The idea behind this is that we not only want people to create projects, small projects, but also that the community could also feel like they are, and actually doing, and I can talk a little bit about my experience in the Decentraland, but that they could find ways of sustaining themselves inside the Web3 ecosystem. So we tried with 3 more tiers. These were new, one up to $60,000, another one up to $120,000, and the last one of $240,000. And this was a great moment for the grants program at Decentraland because everyone started to create, to be bolder on their ideas on what they were creating. But this also caused a few issues. One of them, for example, is that people were not talking about the projects that they were delivering. One of them were super successful, but other ones, the community didn't know if they got to execute them or how far did it go, if they had changes within their roadmap. And this was a problem because in the end, if we don't know how successful or not successful these projects were, we cannot build upon that knowledge. So that's how the grant support team was created. I am part of that team. And what we do basically is we work on 3 main goals. Number one is to support the grantees, and this is really important. Like most of the people who are getting grants from Decentraland today is people that might be new for the Web3, because well, we all are, but that might be new, and they don't know how to, for example, how the vesting contracts work, or how to I don't know, like deploy things in the Metaverse or in our protocol. So that's where we come in, and we have interviews, onboarding interviews with every single grantee that is new at Decentraland. And we basically like help them out with any blockers or any requests that they have. Because in the end, what we want is for them to have successful grants and build a more collaborative and multidisciplinary protocol and Metaverse. So that is one goal, to support the grantees. The second goal is to foster transparency. Inside our governance app, we have developed this feature for the grantees that have won, that are updates. So every single month, each of the grantees can tell to the whole community what are they doing, what are they working on, if they have any blockers, so the community can also like help them out. And then the third goal is to take care of the treasury of the DAO. And this means that if a project is not delivering, or they are late in their process, we can help them out. We can pause the contracts or revoke these contracts. And this is a very important thing, because before this, there was no way for someone that took, for example, I don't know, like a 120,000 grant and say like, hey, I'm not able to deliver because, I don't know, because things happen. So now they have like a way of taking care of their treasury and bring that back to the community. So that's where we are now. We are trying to get, to produce, not produce, but to host a good grants ecosystem that is supportive to the community, but also that takes care of it. So you content creators that are here today, or the ones that are watching, are very welcome to apply to our program, and we'll see you in the Metaverse.
Thank you, Gia. Okay, next up we have product workshops. So the first one that we have up is Nader Dabit. Nader is Director of Developer Relations for Aave and Lens Protocol. He's going to be speaking today about how to build a full-stack Web3 social application. So he will be starting momentarily, and thank you all for continuing with us throughout the afternoon.
All right. So, a bit of a slight change of plans, because I had originally planned to do more of like a hands-on workshop. I do have the material ready for that. That is just not going to be actually gone over here like a live coding type of exercise, but what I'm going to do instead is give the same introduction that I was going to give, and then we'll point you to the workshop material that you can then kind of go check out if you're a developer and you do want to build. But this introduction will be great for both developers and non-developers. And hopefully you'll walk away from it understanding more about Lens. And maybe even we'll have some time for questions or something like that, since I'm not going to be doing the live coding demo. But if you want to see the actual workshop for this, you can go to github.com/dabbit3 and check out my repos. There's a list of a bunch of repos. I think it's like the second or third one down, and it'll be called Lens Workshop. All right, so just waiting 1 second for the slides to get back up. Okay, great. So, introduction to Lens Protocol. My name is Nader Dabbit. I'm a developer, author, teacher, working in developer relations for the last 6 years. And as of this week, I'm now working with Aave and Lens. I'm also the founder of Developer DAO, and I've been focused on developer education for the last 6 or so years. Next slide. So first, we're going to talk about what Lens Protocol is. Next slide. Lens Protocol is a composable and decentralized social graph. And we're going to dive into what an actual social graph is. So next. So when we think of a social graph, we think of this type of interaction. But when we think of from a broader understanding of how the internet is actually being used today, I would say a good 90% or 95% of traffic is through social graph applications. While DeFi and NFTs are really great, you could argue that more people use applications like YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and therefore the value proposition for making a Web3 social graph successful are a lot larger than us continuing to only focus on those beginning use cases. So with a social graph, you are essentially having the same set of functionality across dozens of types of applications that we use on a day-to-day basis. Now, you might not think of it this way, but from the perspective of a developer, a lot of these things are very, very, very similar when you're building these types of apps. So we think of, for example, something like YouTube. We sign up, we create a profile, we edit our profile, we might add our name and our birthday or whatever, I don't know, our address, maybe not that much personal information. We then will be maybe given a list of recommended users that we might want to also follow. Once we follow those people, we then see a feed of their content. We also can create our own content and people can follow us. And I think most relevant to some of the discussions that we've had today, there are recommendation algorithms. And recommendation algorithms are not really easily done today in Web3. In fact, I don't think it's possible at all to have what you might consider a decentralized recommendation algorithm. The best thing you might be able to do is use something like the graph protocol, where you describe some type of, I don't know, you have some type of data structure that maps to a feed of information that comes, but it's not going to be something like that's generated based on machine learning or AI or anything like that. So therefore, the quality of recommendation algorithms in Web3 apps is not as good as traditional apps. And you heard this morning on the panel, David from Bankless say the reason he's using YouTube is because he gets discoverability there. But we can't really do that quite yet in a decentralized way. So in my opinion, recommendation algorithms are a great example of like something that you would probably say, okay, instead of waiting 5 or 10 years until this exists, we're gonna go ahead and like build a centralized version of this. So you're now, speaking of most applications, starting to realize this in Web3, where you might have certain parts of your application that might need to have some centralization in order to provide a user experience that is equal or better, hopefully, than Web 2. Next slide, please. So while we go to the next slide, a couple of apps that we might consider social graphs, again, are Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, all these types of apps. And again, when we think of onboarding the next 100 million or billion users, it's not going to happen through DeFi and NFTs. Now, when, you also might wonder like what DeFi might be categorized as or described as. I'm not saying that the financial interaction, like sending money peer-to-peer, that's a huge use case. But I'm really thinking more like DeFi protocols that are gaining a lot of momentum and a lot of adoption. But I think the more like larger scale adoption will happen through gaming and social media and things like that. And we are still having a little challenge, I think, with the slides. Next slide. And next slide again. All right, there we go. So with that being said, why would we even build a social network on like a Web3 protocol and not just use what we have today? I think it's pretty obvious at this point after seeing everything that's happened over the last 10 years. But more specifically, we'll talk about some of the ways that we might be able to improve. So first of all, the data and the information are siloed, and the APIs are brittle, and they are not something you can depend on to build out your own application on top of. So a good example of like this in the real world is the Twitter API. The Twitter API used to be really, really, really good. In fact, it was so good people were building multi-million-dollar businesses on top of the Twitter API. Twitter makes their money through monetization within the client-side application. So therefore, they are motivated to keep users into their own client and not allow any of those users to move outside of it. So once they started seeing all this money being made away from their own platform, they just decided to shut down their APIs and change all of the things that were valuable to those people. And therefore, people were put out of business, lost their jobs, shut down their companies, because if you don't own your data, if you don't own your API, then you're at the whim of these other companies. The advertising models have to do with data being aggregated and used in different ways that might be considered not good. Surveillance capitalism, so on and so forth. The feed and the recommendation algorithms are close, and they are based on that data that is being harvested from you over time, and you don't really know how they're exactly using that to give you your feed. Maybe not the most important thing for most people, but you do have this idea where you might be living in a country like China, and based on even an experience that I had not too long ago with someone whose livelihood was through their YouTube channel. They're an American, but they were living in China. Anyway, they woke up one day and their YouTube channel was completely erased. They lost all of those like years of work, and everything was gone, and literally nothing they can do about it. That's not even starting to talk about things like political and other more important situations that people are at the whim of the government with. I talked about the brittle and closed APIs, and also the monetization is platform first. So if you build a big profile on Facebook and you get like 1 million followers, and they start making hundreds of thousands of dollars off of all of the attention that's being paid to you, you get zero of that. Now, TikTok and YouTube are a little bit better about that. They share some of the revenue with the creators, but definitely the platform itself is the one making the billions and trillions of dollars. Next slide. So what is Lens? Lens is a set of smart contracts. It is a social graph that's been not only open sourced in the form of these contracts, but it's also been deployed to Polygon. And the deployment is often what you hear people talk about when they say they're building on Lens. Because when you build on this deployment, you are inheriting all of the data and all of the users and all of the, the network, I would say, activity that you wouldn't get if you deployed yourself. But it's also really cool to be able to just fork it and make some modifications and deploy it yourself if you wanted to do that, because there's a lot of really valuable code that's there for you. It has a first-class GraphQL API layer and a developer-focused go-to-market. Now, this is really important, I think, and I think there's about a half dozen things that Lens has done that truly were much different and innovated upon everything else that had come before it, which really stood out to me. And the developer-focused go-to-market and the GraphQL API kind of go hand in hand. Now, the reason this is important is that there are only literally 20,000 blockchain Web3 developers based on a survey that was done that was actually a lot of people think is kind of close. And this was like maybe 6 or 8 months ago. So with 20,000 blockchain developers, how do you get more people building on Web3 if you have to kind of now say, oh, there's like literally like 1 million regular developers, if not more, there's millions of just software engineers. We need to scale up where we are, orders of magnitude, to get more builders in the ecosystem. But what if instead we built out APIs that they already understood and they could use literally on day one? So they don't have to understand how to install and use Ethers.js and connect to a wallet and sign a transaction and all the things that also need to be understood to even understand what I just said. Instead, they can use the same APIs that they use in their JavaScript applications. They NPM install a GraphQL client, they query some information, then they get a payload back. That's what they've done with this API. And they've made it to where you don't really have to know anything about blockchains. In fact, I did a video, and a lot of new developers that had never used blockchain before started building and getting interested in Lens just because it was so easy to get started. In addition to that, we're building out really, really cool UI kits and libraries right now, and in the near future, I would say, with Lens for developers so they can actually do this work in like 2 lines of code. So being able to get up and running in a short amount of time is really important. They've also, with this API layer, been given more control over the user experience, and I would say the developer experience as well. Because with most Web3 and blockchain applications, you have to sign a transaction to make a state update. Now, this might be fine for a DeFi protocol where you're like sending $100. You want to make sure like you're signing the transaction because it's money and all that. But imagine using Instagram and TikTok, and like every time you liked a tweet, or every time you liked a video, or every time you made a comment, you're literally having to sign a transaction every time. Now, that's a really terrible user experience. So they've implemented a couple of things to abstract that away. One of them is a relayer that kind of sits in between the client and the actual blockchain. The relayer allows you to subsidize gas costs as well. So since they're building on a somewhat centralized blockchain like Polygon, another good example would be if you want to build something like this, maybe Arbitrum from Nova, is that the gas costs are a fraction of a cent. So therefore, 100,000 transactions can be subsidized fairly cheaply, and they can actually subsidize that. So the user can literally be living any part in the world, download a wallet, and start using the app right away without having to get tokens. Now, we in blockchain conference probably don't think about how hard it is to actually understand to even get tokens, because we've probably been doing this for a while. But imagine waking up one day and someone saying, oh, use Lens, and I'm like, okay, cool. And I go there, I'm like, oh, I need a wallet. Okay, I download the wallet. Oh, I need tokens. Okay, cool. How do I get tokens? Which token? Which network? Okay, cool. I'm going to now go to my bank, open a bank account, put money in there, find Coinbase or whatever is in my country. Okay, do all the KYC and get all that shit set up. I'm going to transfer money, and if the government hasn't or something hasn't like fucked up in between there, then I'm going to buy the right token. Then I'm going to transfer it to my MetaMask wallet, and then I'm going to like start liking a tweet. Now imagine how much better it would be if they didn't have to do any of that shit. That's kind of like the idea here. And I don't think it's only Lens, but I think you're starting to see a lot of other people take this approach, because once they have the wallet, they can then have opportunities to maybe earn tokens, in different ways. But that huge barrier to entry is actually completely removed. Another thing that has been implemented is something called a dispatcher. And a dispatcher allows you to set aside a certain amount of gas and automatically sign the transactions under the hood. Now, this works great for something like a social media application where the transactions are on Polygon and they're very inexpensive, and they're not like these high-value DeFi transactions. And this is a trade-off in decentralization, obviously, but it's a really high impact and high quality, and I think it's a good trade-off, because now I can open Orb or Favor or one of these other mobile apps, or even Lenster, and I can start tweeting and liking and doing all this stuff, and I don't have to sign a single thing, and I don't have to spend any money. So all those things together provide kind of like a new, higher quality overall user experience that we haven't really seen before, put all together into one protocol that I know of. So, in addition to that, because it's a protocol, it's not like they built, I'm going to build this social media app and I'm going to release in the App Store, and I'm going to say, like Clubhouse, I'm going to release 100 invites, and then I'm going to release another 1,000 invites, and everyone's going to that one client. Instead, it's just a protocol, meaning that anyone in the whole world can build out their own client for this. So now what we're seeing is literally dozens, or even maybe at this point, hundreds of web clients built that other people can kind of like use and fork. Yes? No habla español. I really do need to learn Spanish, actually. My experience here has been great, but I would have been able to have better conversations. So basically all the different clients that have been built, hundreds of web clients, a few really high-quality mobile clients. And the cool thing about this is that you now have front ends competing against each other for the most high-quality experience. So you're not counting on this one mobile app to make it. All it really takes is one app to make it. And if a single application becomes successful, then the entire protocol receives and inherits all of that value. Now that's extremely powerful, especially coming from someone who's been a developer for 10 years and understands how innovative developers are. Because if you place all of your bets on a single company getting it right, then the chances are a lot lower than if you have literally dozens and hundreds of people competing against each other to build out their own versions of things. And I think even more importantly is that because this is a somewhat agnostic approach to the implementation itself, people are building different types of experiences. So this isn't just something you build Twitter on top of. You also can build like YouTube, TikTok types of apps, but even more importantly, new ideas that no one's ever really seen before, because there are primitives that we're about to go over that don't yet exist in any other social media application. Next slide. So Lens has three main pillars that it's built of: composability, community governance, and modularity. I talked about the composability, meaning that users can I talked about more of the modularity, where people build off the front ends and can kind of inherit off of the back end. Composability would be more like you also now have this opportunity to take your user base with you across multiple front ends. So with Twitter, if I gain a bunch of followers there, I'm like really like happy and stuff. And then someone, tomorrow opens up a new app, TikTok. I have to now say, okay, I want to build my audience there if you're a content creator or whatever. Or even if you're just a normal person and you have a bunch of friends, you want to kind of port those friends over. You can't really do that natively. But since all this data is completely open and it's part of the protocol itself, the next time someone builds out another front end, then all of your users and all of your data and everything comes with you. So a good example of that is, again, when Lens started, Lenster was the first front end, was built by the community. I signed up, I created a profile, I started getting users and followers and stuff. And then someone opened something called LensTube, which is kind of like a YouTube clone. I signed into LensTube for the first time and I had 1,000 followers. That was pretty cool because the followers follow you to every single application that's built there. Next slide. So I mentioned that there are two ways to build. One is to use the Polygon deployments and APIs. That is probably the most popular way to build right now. But you can also fork and deploy this yourself. And there are trade-offs in both of these. If you build on the Polygon deployment, you are inheriting all of the decisions that were made when that deployment happened. So you can't change the actual functions and stuff. You can't really change the API itself. You could obviously submit a PR or open an issue or talk to the guys in Discord, the people in Discord, and try to kind of make them consider your idea for their next update. But you're more limited. But if you want to, you can also fork the entire protocol and deploy it yourself. So let's say that they made a small design decision that you don't really agree with. You can just fork that, make that update, deploy it. You can also choose which network you want to deploy on. Now, something like Lens, you want something like less than 1 penny per transaction. I would consider maybe, Polygon, obviously, but maybe Arbitrum Nova, which is using a data availability committee to offset the data storage cost on Ethereum itself. And I believe it's 1/10 of a penny, which is about 1/3 the cost of Polygon. So those are both good options. Next slide. So this is just a list of some of the applications that have been built on there. We have Lenster, you have LensFriends, you have LensTube, But again, I think there's so many at this point, we haven't been able to keep up with them on the site. We have a spreadsheet of them that's being put together by Fabry, who's one of the developer relations engineer. I think we're gonna we're gonna put that together in a more organized way to share so people know everything going on in the ecosystem. We might also just put out like a tweet thread and tag everyone, which I think might be a good idea, and then also put like a thread or something on Linster. Next slide. Portability, so we want to talk about that. Next slide. I think I'm going to be going through a lot of slides here. So I mentioned with LensTube, you have a new client that was released, and you hear it all your followers. So this is kind of what LensTube looks like. You can't really see it that much, but there it is. Next slide. And this is what my profile looked like when I first signed up. Next slide, please. So yeah, so I signed up for the first time, and I'd never used it before, but it was really cool to see, like, I had my subscribers right there. So that's just an example of what that would look like. Next slide. Here, and you're kind of really just dealing with, even though there are like a dozen or 15 contracts, you're mainly going to be interacting, if you're writing directly to the network via that Lens Hub contract. Next slide. So, I forgot what the slide says, actually. I think we're still going into the contract, yeah, functions. Next slide. So this is a list of the contract state-changing functions. And most of these kind of make sense if you kind of read them for what you might expect something like an app like this to do. So you have post, you have follow, you have mirror, which is kind of like retweet, and you have comment and things like that. So, you know, reading through the functions within the smart contract should make a fair amount of sense for most of those things. Some of these things are new concepts, though, and they won't. Next slide. There are also read functions, you know, functions that just allow you to read data from the app. So you have, I think, get profile, get publication, things like that might make sense. But these are probably not the ways you're going to be interacting with the protocol. Instead, you're going to be using the GraphQL API. Next slide. So the GraphQL API allows you to use GraphQL to have a really, really rich API layer on top of Lens. And the beauty of GraphQL is that it is extremely, extremely flexible. And it's also very easy to use for developers, especially once they get started with it. Next slide. So with GraphQL, you can pass in arguments for doing things like filtering, sorting, and like pagination, all those things that you would expect from a Web2 app, you know, like all the more advanced things that we're kind of at this point used to in most of our apps. So here we have a query where we're passing in a couple of different arguments. We're gonna define the types of information that's coming back. We're also gonna set a limit, and then by setting that limit, we're gonna say we only want 10 items to come back, and then we're gonna be given a key to then be able to do pagination to get the next 10 items and so on and so forth. But even more importantly, I think with GraphQL, the thing that people like the most about it is that you can define exactly the information that you want returned from a query, which is a lot different than REST. And this is really important because of the fact that you can build a lot more you can build lower latency applications with GraphQL because you're not returning this entire payload back that you're only using some of the information for, but with GraphQL, you can define exactly what you would like back. A good example of why and where you might use this is in a mobile app. Almost every application in the world, by the way, is a list detail view. A list view has a list of information. You click on one of those lists, and then you are given a detail. Good example of that is YouTube, Facebook, TikTok. What are we talking about? Social graph applications. So with GraphQL, you might say, okay, for my list view, I only want the title and the description and the picture. You click on the list view item, and then you're given a detail view. With GraphQL, you can just ask for those 3 items on the list view, and on the detail view, you can ask for everything. And therefore, you're not wasting a lot of information going across the wire, and therefore, you're providing a better, more performant user experience to people all around the world, regardless of their connection speed. Next slide. So we're going to talk about a handful of the major concepts in Lens. Next slide. First of those is profiles. So profiles are interesting in Lens, and they are kind of the core thing to understand as if you're a builder, and maybe even if you're just a user. One of the things that people talk about in Web3, and this was spoken about earlier today, that is not true in my opinion, is that you own your own data. Because in reality, you don't own anything, you just kind of have a profile or an address that all of your data is attached to, but you can't really sell that. It's just on the blockchain. You can't really transfer that, you can't delete that, it's just there. Now that's better than it being able to be deleted, I guess, for sure actually, right? Or at least for most use cases, but you don't actually own anything. But I think that people have realized that that's not the case, and they're trying and experimenting with new ideas around how you might actually implement ownership of data. One of the ways that I've seen done is what Lens has actually done. Every profile is essentially just an NFT, and all of the activity that happens while that user is on the application is then associated with that NFT. Now, what does that mean? That means that if you decide to quit this social network, you can burn your NFT. If you want to transfer your data to another address, to yourself, to another profile for whatever reason, you can just transfer that. So you have ownership by being able to either get rid of it, transfer it, or even sell it. Let's say that you built 100,000 followers and maybe you want to sell that. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but you can do that because you truly do have ownership. So this is kind of like the main objects in Lens, and it gives you ownership of your content. Next slide. Oh, and because these are all just NFTs, you'll just be able to see them like you would in Rainbow Wallet or OpenSea or any NFT like viewer. So just that's kind of a picture of what it might look like in OpenSea. Next slide. The next concept is a follow. Now we're probably used to this concept in general, but with Lens you have a little more control over this because you can either just have it set by default, which means anyone can just follow you, but you can also attach business logic to follows. Now, why would you do this? It just kind of depends, I guess. But let's say you wanted to do something like have a certain amount of money someone had to pay you to follow you. Now, you have something like this on Twitter, like with the super follow. You can kind of programmatically make that happen with the follow module. And now a lot of the UIs that are being built allow you to kind of do that from the front end. You also might say, if you are following this person who I hate, then you can't follow me. Or you have to be following out of these 10 people, like 2 of these people or something, I don't know. But essentially any idea that you can kind of come up with, you can probably programmatically do that as long as that information is on chain. And that just opens the door to a lot of cool use cases. Another thing about following someone is that essentially whenever you follow someone, you're collecting their NFT. Now, this also unlocks another opportunity for developers and builders around identity, because I don't think the most interesting thing about NFTs has anything to do with like buying and selling of digital assets. I don't think that's the most interesting thing, honestly. I think it's more around identity and access control. And I think that having first-class implementations like this, where an NFT doesn't really have any value, instead it just identifies you as following someone, allows you to do stuff like, maybe I'm going to host an event, and the only people that can kind of like sign up for this event are people that are following me. And therefore, like they have this NFT in their wallet and we can authenticate them. Or maybe you can do access control in general on any web or mobile application now based on who you're following in Lens. Next slide. Publications are posts. So when we think of creating a video on YouTube or creating a post on Instagram or creating a tweet, all of these things are just posts or publications in Lens. And by setting different information within the metadata, you can kind of define exactly what's going on there. And similarly to how an NFT has a metadata URI, Lens has this idea of a content URI that allows you to define like an IPFS hash or something like that that resolves to the information within that, I guess, publication. Next slide. You also have this idea of a collect module. Next slide. And this is kind of like going beyond just liking something, because you can actually collect and own posts that are on Lens. And when you think of, again, Twitter, you have the option to just like, and Lens, you have the option to like or collect. And this is cool because you can allow anyone to like, but you also might say, I'm going to have 50 of these that people can collect. Or you might say, this is like something I spend a lot of my time and effort on. It's a nice blog post. I would love if someone would pay me like $10 and collect this, and you can just do that directly within the platform. It's not like a separate integration. So you have more built-in flexibility for monetization, I think, for creators and stuff like that. Next slide. One thing you'll notice is that when you start using Lens and you check out your NFT wallet, you have 1 million of these, and that's what it looks like. Next slide. Comments are just like how they sound. They just allow you to comment on a post. Next slide, or publication. Mirrors are essentially just retweets or shares, so you can do that directly within the protocol as well. Next slide. I think we're kind of wrapping up now. Maybe we wrapped up slightly quicker than I thought, but I think just I was just gonna like point you to some resources, or maybe I didn't put those in there. But with Lens, we have kind of more of like a platform for developers to build social media apps as opposed to a social media app. I think that is the one distinction that I think sets it apart. And if you are a developer and you want to build on Lens, definitely check out the Lens documentation. Check out a video that I created on my YouTube channel. You can just Google Natter, Lens, YouTube, and it'll show up. It's a pretty good introduction, I think, to Lens. I have a couple of GitHub repos. But yeah, if you have any questions about Lens, come find me. I'm going to hang out here for another 30 minutes. And thank you so much for coming to my talk. I appreciate it.
Great. We have a small change in schedule. So Max and Joey with Zora Protocol, we're actually going to move their workshop to be a breakout session at the end of the day in the breakout room up top. But right now, Doug Petkanics with Livepeer is going to give our next presentation.
All right, thanks. So, by the way, I just wanted to say Lens Protocol is so awesome. Thanks, Nader, for giving that talk. I'm really sorry that the slides didn't work, but everyone should definitely check it out, learn about it, find Nader. So I'm Doug Petkanics. I'm the founder of Livepeer, the world's open video infrastructure and the video streaming platform for Web3. Some fans here. This talk is actually not about Livepeer. This talk is some alpha for you all. This is a blueprint for how we can collectively build Web3's missing killer social application. Something that I think is really important, and I think something that we're on the cusp of seeing. Hopefully there's no slides up there. I prepared some great slides, but I don't want to deal with the flashing, blinking thing. So I've got my talk here, and we'll just kind of do it live and interactively. Cool. So I think, we're all here in Columbia. We're at DevCon. We know that Ethereum's purpose is to kind of enable improvements in the world beyond just finance. And I think the opportunity to make an impact in non-financial use cases is one of the things that Vitalik and the foundation care deeply about. And I think that social media is one of those areas that's really ripe for impact. I think social media and it falling victim to these sort of advertising-based attention economy business models in Web 2 have led to a lot of the problems and the ills in society. And I think Web 3 offers a lot of promises for how we're going to address those things through platforms that are owned by the creators and the users themselves, novel monetization mechanisms that mean we don't need to resort to attention economy and advertising, will just result in kind of more fair, more equitable, kind of better media applications than what we have today. But I think that we have not yet seen these promises be fulfilled in killer applications. We've seen a lot of people begin to try, and I think we are going to see them now, and I want to kind of recommend a path for how we get there. So first, a quick little history on where we've been. Maybe some of you have seen sort of the, what I'll call like social attempts V1 in blockchain. Has anyone here ever used some of the apps Steemit? Anyone? Couple hands on Steemit. Yeah. Peepeth, which was like the Web3 Twitter attempt. Yep. The Peppo app or the Peepo app, it was like the first TikTok type clone. So these were really early attempts at Web3 social, and for various reasons, either the infrastructure might not have been there for them to be cost-effective, seamless experiences, or maybe they created compelling platforms. I think Steemit, there's a lot to learn from. It's kind of like a Web3 Reddit. It was pretty compelling, but it ended up, due to the incentives, leading into sort of a token, Steemit token pumping echo chamber more than kind of a breakout mainstream success. So there's some iteration required there. And so now, fast forward to 2022, we actually have these really interesting social platforms that make it easy for developers to begin building. Things like Lens that you just heard about, Farcaster, Orbis, DeSo. Developers can not focus on the social plumbing, but can begin focusing on their user experience and get data and portable users kind of out of the box. That's really powerful. But where are we in this space? We're seeing everyone experiment. We're seeing people create clones of, what does Web3 Twitter look like? What does Web3 YouTube look like? Even the great app LensTube that we just saw, I think it's a great start, but it's sort of a YouTube-ish type experience. And I think that the killer breakout app from Web3 is not going to just be a clone. It's not going to be just Twitch, but on Web3 infrastructure. It's not going to be YouTube, but on Web3 infrastructure. That's not compelling enough for users, mainstream users, millions of them, to come over and switch because we don't offer the distribution. I think what we need to do is we need to ask ourselves, what has Web3 uniquely enabled that's really powerful? And how do we leverage that in social and media use cases, creator use cases, to tap into that superpower, to create experiences that are new, that are unique, that are better. And because those experiences are better, they will attract the millions of users that lead to the next kind of breakout movements in Web3. And so let's ask, what are the kind of key disruptions that Web3 have brought so far? I think there's 4 of them. One is permissionless crowdfunding. Right? The second is kind of global permissionless access to a digital-first financial infrastructure. I think the third is sort of provable digital ownership over digital assets, right? And the fourth, I think, is kind of collective global coordination. And so if you use the kind of acronym terms for these are ICOs, DeFi, NFTs, and DAOs, right? And these have really caught fire. They've begun to cross over and attract mainstream attention and financial and speculative use cases. They've encouraged waves of innovation. But it's interesting, all of these innovations have occurred in sort of the digital-first online world, cyberspace, if you will. They've had less impact in sort of the physical meat space that we all live in. The example is, an NFT makes a lot of sense for a digital asset like a digital piece of art or collectible or a digital song, but it makes less sense kind of representing your home and transferring your home to someone else via an NFT, right? And so there's this digital world that exists on the internet that this whole community is interacting in, and all these kind of metaverse environments are being built around. And the good news is this world is growing at a tremendous rate. I think we've seen a lot of stats in terms of developer adoption, user adoption. We see how fast DevCon is growing. We see the brain drain of talent coming into this space. And so what I would say is the killer kind of social apps are probably going to build for these digital-first communities, this digital-first world, and we should take advantage of these sort of 4 breakout impacts and think about how to use them in order to enable new innovations when it comes to social media, creator applications, media applications. Cool. So what are some of the, as we think about building the killer app, how might we solve problems that exist in this digital-first world? I think there's an interesting kind of idea when it comes to how you build a social network and how you bootstrap it, called pressed too hard on the social graph. But they have a huge opportunity too, obviously. So So if you want to use this approach, and I recommend it, what you want to do is you want to find a problem that exists in this cyberspace, in this Web3 space, solve that problem around media and content in a way that you can then later think about networking it as you solve those tools. So what are some problems that exist today in this Web3 world? I think one of them is DAOs and communities and projects, all these digital first kind of coordinated entities, they have no kind of safe place to kind of release and arrange and curate and distribute their content from, right? So much of the content that DAOs create is through video. It's video calls, it's community calls, it's communicating their missions and whatnot. And then what do? They're streaming their events. What do? They just kind of push it into YouTube, into a YouTube channel. They maybe try and post some of it on their website. They stream it through Twitter. But we know that that can be demonetized. We know that they're deplatformed. We know it can be demonetized. It's subject to the search. Their communities can't find them. I think there is a real problem where DAOs don't have a trustworthy home to organize and distribute their content. The second one is, I think, content and curation and moderation services within Web3 social are missing. So a lot of the examples that we just saw, the lens tubes, et cetera, they just throw content onto the homepage, and anything you upload gets thrown onto the homepage. But no one's focusing on great curation and moderation to surface the most powerful content for those communities. And people are thinking too late about moderation and making sure that harmful content or content that's not going to help you grow doesn't get kind of put in front of the user in their first experience, because that's going to be terrible for retention. And so I think there's a huge role and opportunity for moderation in these platforms. And then the third problem is, I think there's still no great discovery platform for high quality Web3 centric content. So how do people discover the newest and most interesting things right now? It's so fragmented. They're in Telegram groups, they're in Discord chats, they're on crypto Twitter. But there's no, even the Web3 media is just so fragmented in what it covers and what it talks about, because the people that are interested in what's happening in US regulation in crypto are totally different than the people that are interested in maybe what's happening in terms of the latest DAO proposals. And so, what are these discovery platforms where people can actually see the latest, the greatest content? Have a lot of early users, early customers, right? And then as that content kind of gets built up, I think that's when you really have the opportunity to network it. And I think that leads me to sort of the third opportunity, which is to focus on curation and maybe a curation DAO. So what would it mean to form a DAO that actually just focuses on curating the best content according to a specific mission? Maybe your mission is the best news and happenings in this digital first Web3 world today, right? And your DAO's sole purpose is to curate that content from kind of the open portable data that we're seeing across Lens, Farcaster, Orbis, and independent Web3 platforms. Surface that, curate that, and all of a sudden now this content becomes interesting to people across communities. And again, if they were using your tool within their community, maybe you have opportunity for network effects. Maybe they're logging in with their Web3 wallets. Maybe they're building reputation, carrying their identity as they engage and comment on all this content across platforms. And this seems like a sort of viable path to actually creating something that's unique and different to a YouTube, but reaches that same level of impact within this community. So I think when you put these pieces together, what do? I think you start with the tool. It's sort of the content CMS for DAOs combined with maybe a Web3 native Zoom. I think you enable value add curation on top of that content. Curation DAOs, a whole separate talk, but I think there's opportunity there. I think you layer in sort of the Web3 social and network effects through kind of wallet-based login and interacting with the content using your Web3 identity. And then you network this together. So, the tool's useful in one DAO, but you expose the content to people across all communities. And then finally, that gives you the opportunity to expand to the long tail of, creators, maybe beyond the DAOs themselves. Maybe the individual creators want to use this platform just to upload this instead of YouTube, because your Web3-centric audience is more valuable to them than the distribution they may get through YouTube's algorithms. And that's when you've made it, you have something unique, something different. And that's pretty exciting. And I think the pieces are in place to build that now. So I'm hoping we see it in the next 6 months or so. Lastly, this is just one blueprint, but I think there needs to be a lot of creativity, a lot of vision, a lot of innovation. I encourage people to experiment with this stuff, to try things, to put it out there, to get the early users, because that's what's going to enable the lightning in a bottle, breakout, killer Web3 social app. And I think that has the opportunity to be the catalyst for the next big, 3 or 4 letter acronym in crypto that catalyzes the next, millions of users, or maybe even 1 billion users to come into this space. So we're thinking about these things at Livepeer every day. We're down to jam on it. Come find us, talk to us, and join our Discord. You can find us on the web at livepeer.org or at Livepeer on Twitter. All right, thank you very much.
Thanks, Doug. We are nearing the end of our agenda. So next up, we have a closing fireside chat. This is the last talk ahead of networking, and then also the product workshop with the Zora team. So speaking for the fireside chat on designing for diversity and building blockchain apps for everyone is Manasi Vora with Komarebe Fund, and Tina, who is head of design at Elementify.
Much for having us. I'm excited for this conversation today. Tina, let's start with an introduction. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, your background, your areas of interest?
Yes, hello. My name is Tina. I'm currently the head of design at Element Finance, which is a fixed and variable market protocol. Previously, I did some work within the wallet space, and prior to that, I was in Web2 and big tech, and I'm super excited to be here because I've been an advocate of kind of making this space more accessible to a lot of people from diverse backgrounds. So.
Yeah, excited to dive into it. Quickly, my background, my name's Mansi. I've worked on decentralized data storage protocols for the last 3.5 years, thought a lot about user ownership, not just from money as a perspective, but also data, social graph. And I also founded Women in Blockchain, which is a nonprofit building diversity in the crypto space, and launched an investment DAO called Komarebe that funds and invests in female founders in the space. So I've been thinking a lot about how do we build crypto ecosystems with diversity at its core. And so today our topic of discussion is how do we design for diversity, and how do we build applications, build protocols, build this technology for everyone. And if we want real global adoption, we need to start thinking and having these conversations sooner than later. So with that, Tina, would love to hear from you. What does designing for diversity mean to you, and why is it important?
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of different avenues that it kind of be broken down into, but my favorite way to kind of look at it is there's designing for diversity within your team and your protocol, and how you're hiring that team, how you're retaining them as members of your team, and how they are actually implementing diverse design and product practices within your protocol. And then there's also how you're designing your protocol and the usage of your protocol to be accessible and accessible to people of all diverse backgrounds. So I think this is a very high level concept that's oftentimes you guys hear buzzwords and people not really breaking it down on a granular level, but what it kind of means to me in my day-to-day is how do you educate a user to better understand and be onboarded within the space for using DeFi? So at a fixed and variable rate protocol, what that kind of looks like is if I'm building a fixed rate borrow module, which a lot of people in this audience may not know, is a leveraging feature for a DeFi protocol. And leveraging feature means that you're taking out collateral against a fixed rate or variable market rate position for yield or interest, and explaining that to a retail user so that they can better be, we can better on-ramp retail adoption to the DeFi space. What that looks like is right now, DeFi protocols don't really break that down of what that means. What is that user getting when they're going into that feature or position? And how that can be broken down on a product or UI perspective is, instead of having all of that information displayed to them, obfuscating that and kind of simplifying it in a way that they only see a risk dial, and they get to select a numeric value of the risks that they want to have when they're entering a position on your DeFi protocol, and then a balance. So they get to use this dial of, oh, how much risk do I want to have when I'm entering this position on your protocol? And this risk is then analyzed and optimized by their balance that they have deposited on the protocol. And that's a really, really simple way that they can then visualize and understand this position that I'm going into. It has this risk profile. And another thing, and when you're breaking this down and on the way, is educating them about all the different steps that they're taking while completing this transaction, but kind of simplifying it so that they see, okay, this is what this position is, this is kind of what the benefit as a user I get. And I think that's going to be a huge way that we get more diverse backgrounds utilizing these structured products. Because what made me passionate about DeFi and designing experiences in DeFi is that oftentimes these structured products, they were only accessible to people within traditional finance and institutions. So obviously we do want institutions so that we're not in a bear market constantly. And we do want them to deploy capital within our space, but we also do want to give retail users and people that were often not given the opportunity to access these structured products and have the same opportunities as institutions or people within traditional finance. So that's kind of what designing diverse products looks for me on a day-to-day level.
I love that. So what I'm hearing is two components. One, to think of it from a product perspective. How are you building these products to actually serve the population that you want to serve? And this population doesn't look the same. And when we talk about diversity, it's not just gender diversity. There's the racial diversity, there's diversity of age, there's diversity of experience, access, knowledge, background. And so that's one component. How do you build these products to actually truly serve a global population? And then the other thing I heard was, how do we hire? Because you can only build these products when you have the people that you want to build for, right? So these people will bring the perspective, they would bring their level of understanding to the design process in itself. If the room looks the same and the products that they're building looks the same, then they're building it for a certain segment of the population. I want to dive into both these segments, but before that, I think from your experience building Element, would love to hear what does your process end-to-end look like when you're designing or thinking of a feature particularly, and how do you go about it?
Yeah, so on a smart contract level, I work with our head of smart contracts and kind of break down on a functionality level what the smart contract functionality of the smart contracts that they're building for our protocol, and how they can be translated in our product and what the benefit to the user would be. And then I work with our product researcher and product manager to kind of break them down on a user flow basis and a product market positioning basis and see okay, what is the benefit to the user? So what can they benefit from utilizing this function? Do we obfuscate it? Do we make it simplified or kind of don't show them in any way? A huge example of this is in our V2, we are actually, most of the positions that we're presenting, they're a mix of variable rate positions. And if you're a recurring LP in this space, a lot of LP positions are actually variable rate positions in DeFi. So how we kind of simplify that information on a smart contract level all the way to the product perspective is that we're just not telling them that they're LPing on our protocol for V2. They're just going to see it as a variable rate product all across the protocol. And that's an easy way that you can kind of translate that the LP positions, they're now fungible standards that have these umbrella terms that are 4-month terms that are then fungibly passed on with an auto rollover smart contract. So that's something I'm really passionate about. And also educational resources. So breaking down the product and the different features of the product with educational resources past white papers. Because I think one thing our space does really well is we have really great experimental research documents on a high level that we release for our protocols. And then after it's shipped, we're just like, okay, we're going to release it into the wild. No expanded research.
You want to understand our project? Read the white paper.
Exactly, read the white paper. That's high level. We don't need to be on a grassroots level. So really releasing grassroots level documentation and research to break down how the protocol works, how different functions of the protocol work and what the user is doing, what the flow of the user would potentially be, and how they can break down the protocol usage. So that's a really great way to engage users after post-product launch.
Yeah, and I think one thing that's important is being intentional when you're building these products, when you're building these documentations, educational material. Something I've seen in the industry is you build these products and then you're like, oh, wait, how do we onboard more women using this product? Or how do we onboard more people of color, or people from other countries to be using this product? I think that's like a flipped way of looking at it. You need to be building these products, keeping in mind what your end users should, what end users you want to serve. And I think that should be a part of the process, not at the end. And I think that just generally, for crypto as an industry, I think having these conversations early on is important, not like with the traditional finance industry where I come from, where it's mostly retrospective and looking behind. I really want us to encourage and have these conversations early on. With that, I want to shift gears to like the hiring practices, which you touched upon a little bit earlier. Yeah, can you tell again from your experiences, how have you thought about hiring for diverse talent?
Yeah, I was actually I was the first female at Element. Now it's almost half POC or females, so I'm really, really happy about that. And also, my team is one POC and another woman, and yeah, it makes me really happy to promote diverse practices. But I think one thing that I've been super passionate about and that I've been doing is that a lot of the times we hear this notion of diverse hiring practices, but how do you actually retain and reduce churn of those very people that you're recruiting? So one thing we do at Element is we have one-on-ones and kind of like a buddy that they're given from the moment they're hired, and then usually like my buddy, we still have one-on-ones 6 months later. So having someone that they're similar to, and if there's not someone that they're similar to, having someone that's external from the company that they can be paired with to kind of give them mentorship and onboard them from the pipeline of being newly hired and onboarded to growing within the company. And then after it's the past of growing within the company, helping them understand how can they get upward mobility. Because we see a lot of women and POC and minorities and diverse people coming into the space, but a lot of the times they're within junior positions. So how do we move them and help them with upward mobility to become founders, to become within senior positions, and to really have a seat at the table where they can be making major decisions for the protocol. So that's a huge aspect of reducing churn and mentorship. Another incredible way is like when I joined, our COO made sexual harassment and HR policies, and a lot of protocols do not have that. So making sure that you have policies within place that protect your diverse hires so that they feel safe. There's practices that can protect them and they're put in policy, and that's done retroactively. So it's not something that's reactive to a situation that may occur within your protocol or your company. So that's a really, really great way. And I think the last one is really past the policies and mentorship is making sure that they can experience, oh, whoa,
I just noticed that there's someone that worked at my protocol prior upstairs, that they can feel Sebastian. I don't know if you can hear this.
Making sure that they can really feel welcome and that they're learning and they're growing within the company, because that's how you grow the best people within the space. And they'll feel invested in your protocol and company, and then they'll be making an incredible brand for your company. So I think a lot of founders and people don't see value in how they can help with mobility, but it benefits your protocol and helps the community in a lot of ways. So,
yeah, and I think it's an end-to-end process, right? Where you have inclusive hiring practices, but it doesn't end there. Like you said, it's also about once you've onboarded these people to your protocol, to your project, to the industry in general, and this is something that we've thought a lot about with Women in Blockchain, where initially we were very heavily focused on education and onboarding more people to the space. But what happens once they're in this space? How do you support their journey? How do you support their careers? How do you support them in leadership roles? And I think one thing we realized as an industry, we don't have great support structures, one in leadership roles, but like for women in founding roles. And I think that's where our motivation for Kumarebi started, where we are focused on funding female founders in this space, creating a community for these founders to learn from each other, to connect, to support each other. And so it's an end-to-end process or cycle. It doesn't, doing one thing and just calling it a day, it doesn't work. You need to be intentional in the entire process. With that, I think one question that comes up often is, whose responsibility is it to be thinking about diversity, to be thinking about inclusiveness, both in terms of products and the people in the space? What's your response to that question?
Yeah, so I have a lot of feelings about this question, because the answer would be, the people of the diverse backgrounds, right? Because they're advocating for themselves. But it's so funny, because prior to this conversation, we were discussing outside how a lot of the people of diverse backgrounds in this space, you find out they're doing 10 things. They run 4 different clubs, 5 side projects. They're an organizer of an event. They somehow have their own startup. They are the head of a protocol and also have time to ski in the Alps. So I think the notion that only that people of diverse backgrounds should be kind of missioning this ideology, it's not something that we should be doing no longer. I think having a more inclusive conversation and calling in the rest of the community is really something that we should be moving towards, because we can't be having conversations upward mobility or investing in female founders or supporting female founders or supporting protocols that are led by female founders or senior leadership with females without those conversations. And oftentimes, I find it's on a high level, and there's not really conversations about how it will strategically be implemented. So I think that's something I'd really love to see in the space, about how we can move past maybe just starting a tweet thread of, who's the woman in Web3 you like? Into like a granular level of, okay, so you like this woman in Web3. Let's see how much do you want to drop for her angel check? How much do you want to invest in her protocol? Okay, so you don't want to do an angel check. What's a potential integration your protocol can do with her protocol? Let's make it an action.
I love that. I think there's a place for conversations like these, but there's also a place for action, and real action, making real impact. And are you allocating time? Are you allocating resources? Are you allocating capital? And it's such a flywheel. It's a virtuous cycle in the sense that, you fund more female founders in the space. They will end up hiring more female leaders in the space. More female leaders hire more female in different roles within the space. And they would build diverse, inclusive products. So it's a cycle, and we need to start somewhere and start making action beyond just, like you said, the tweet threads of women in the space. And I think just been in the industry for 5 years, we've definitely made a lot of progress. Like 2017 in this room, maybe it would be 2 women, and I'm seeing maybe 5, 10. It's progress, but it's not, it's nowhere close to where we want to be. And we still have a lot to do in terms of building this technology for its real ethos and real purpose. And hopefully this conversation is just a start. Any closing thoughts, Dina?
No, definitely would just say, like, if you're a male founder or someone of a non-diverse background, I think the first step to having this conversation is definitely just being like open and understanding and saying and kind of accepting that you may not know how to do this and that you're in this mission together. It's not an us versus them conversation. It's more so like, let's do this together. The protocol will be so much better and more kick-ass if you do it together. So that's kind of the first step, but I'm super excited to see how this space hopefully evolves.
Yeah, and there's so many organizations, shout out to some of them, like, of course, Women in Blockchain, there's She-Fi, Boys Club, She256, Women Who Build Web3, just tons of organizations who are putting a lot of time, energy, and thinking behind this. So if you don't know where to get started, you can always reach out to them. With that, thank you so much, Tina. This was an incredible conversation. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you all for being with us through the end of the day for the first ever Web3